Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Scouting System Development Workshop. I'm Ludi Wong, and I'm the moderator for this presentation.
Yeah. Welcome everyone to Scouting System Development. As Ludi already said, I am Ethan Talbert. I am the current scouting lead on 1678. This is my fifth season that I have participated in the FRC experience, and I'm presenting here with Kevin.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kevin. I This is my second year on 1678. I am the part of scouting leadership on the backend side, which means I make the server serve. Yeah.
Next slide. All right. So just a little overview of what we're saying on this presentation. We are going to go over why you should scout and why we scout. We are going to go over how scouting should influence your analysis of the game every year. We're going to go over our system and some lessons you can take from it. Some steps to making your own scouting system, and some of 1678's processes and how you can apply them to your own season. And then finally, a conclusion at the end. So, next slide.
Alrighty. So we know that not everybody already does scouting, and then people who do scouting might not do electronic scouting. So we've broken up the benefits of scouting into benefits that you can get from just scouting, and benefits for specifically electronic scouting, which is what we use. So in the end, teams will want to scout to be able to make their match strategy and picklist decisions on actual data, and not just say, well, I feel that this should happen. So it's a way to make better decisions, or at least back your decisions up with something. Electronic scouting gives you other benefits because of the electronic medium that so it lets you communicate with your team and the people who are using the data faster. It lets you automatically sort and run calculations whenever you get new data, and it also lets you give more students the value for software development that you can get just as an educational benefit. Next slide.
All right. Now we know that we should be scouting, and now let's talk about how scouting meets strategy in the beginning of your season. So, next slide. In order to know what to scout for, the best way to do that is to analyze the game and know the game's rules well. We'll go over this in the next couple slides, but we believe that the best way for a team to know the rules properly is something that we do on 1678, which is a team rules test. If you take a rules test, then you guarantee that everyone on the team at least knows the rules to the extent where no one's coming up with like illegal strategies and stuff. And yeah, the main point of this is you have to work with the strategists on your team, and even if those are the same people who are developing the scouting system, to determine what is valuable in the game. And I think Kevin's going into that in the next slide.
Okay, so when you get down to it, FRC games focus, or at least what you're going to be scouting is going to be mainly focusing on scoring and descoring, because in the end, that's what's going to either win you or lose you the match. So when you're thinking about the game to make a scouting system for it, you should be considering all the different ways to score points and the different types of scoring that there are. So from a basic level, there are cycle points, which you can gain a bunch of times per match and just doing repeatedly, so by cycling. And then there are points that you can only gain once. So an example for that could be rotation and position control from 2020. Then also, sometimes there are points that you can only get in elims, and those can definitely help inform what you're trying to scout for. So an example of that would be the bonuses for RPs that you'd get in elims in 2017. Another thing to consider is that descoring can be just as helpful as scoring, because in the end it matters. It's just the margin of victory that is making the difference, especially in elims. So defense is always a way to prevent scoring, and it's definitely stronger in some games than others, but it's almost always a factor. Another one that's easier to scout, and while it's technically a form of defense, it's a good example as to something that's a lot more easily scoutable. That's shot blocking. So it's obviously game dependent, but in some games it was a very important part of playing defense. So the other thing you need to consider is what contributes to ranking, because ranking will, if you rank high, you can employ your pick list more effectively, and also it can affect the way the game is played, especially with in the meta between quals and elims at higher levels of play. It just what robots were doing in quals could be very different than what they would attempt in elims. Next slide.
Yeah. So after you decide with your team what the best methods and most effective methods of scoring and descoring are, it's important to look at your capabilities as a team and decide what your robot should be able to do for that season. See Mike's strategic design presentation that I'm pretty sure is still later today. Just if you know that your robot is capable of one thing, then it better helps you scout in alliance members what you need in alliance later on. And we'll talk about that in a bit as well.
Okay, so once you figure out what your team's general strategy in the game is going to be, that lets you figure out what you would be expecting from alliance partners, and that will inform what you're scouting for. So once you know kind of what your strategy in elims could be, that lets you figure out what data points you need to visualize, and then you can work backwards from there to determine what data you need. Something that you're going to hear us talk about a lot is reducing the number of data points that you're actually collecting, because as a repeating theme in this presentation is going to be data accuracy. And if your scouts are trying to collect less stuff, the stuff that they do collect is going to be more accurate.
All right. After that, we are going to be going into integrating TBA into your scouting system and how to integrate various reported statistics that both TBA gives out and can be calculated on your own. So first, I'll be talking about TBA on this next slide. Yeah. So an important part of our scouting system that Kevin was just talking about is that we try to decrease the amount of data that our scouts are collecting, just that each data, every piece of data that they collect is more accurate. Because if you're having your scouts collect a bunch of data and like there's no chance that they can collect it all in one match, then it's just going to be bad data overall because it's going to be inaccurate. So don't collect any data that that is already available through the use of something like TBA. TBA gives out a bunch of stuff. They give out most notably in 2020 climb data for each robot on the field, which means that you can scout climbs by just pulling from the TBA API. Now, of course, it's released in February, which is after the FMS releases their API, which complicates development a little bit, but in our opinion, it's worth it to pull from TBA. Yeah.
Okay, so we're just also going to take a brief look at some of the reported statistics that TBA calculates and you can access via the TBA API. So all of these metrics have in common that they're trying to estimate different things for robots. So the first off, and arguably the most useful, is OPR, which is stands for offensive power rating, and it's basically trying to represent how good a robot's offensive contributions are in across all of their matches. So it's kind of like a rough average of how good a robot is offensively that tries to compensate for the effects of how good their teammates are as well. So essentially, we're not going to go into how it's calculated here. There's a couple of great blog posts written by Caleb Sykes on the TBA blog that go into a lot more detail than we will. But they use linear algebra to minimize the square of error from the optimal result. So none of these metrics are perfect, but some of them do provide a decent representation. Moving on to CCWM, which is calculated contribution to win margin. It's not as good predictively as OPR because it's also influenced a bit by opponent performance. If you're using any of these metrics, I would still recommend OPR just because it has the best predictive power. DPR is it stands for defensive power rating. It tries to do the same thing as OPR, but using your opponent scores to give a rough estimate of how good you are at defense. The issue is that it's hugely dependent on your schedule and who you play. So even if you're one of the best robots at defense, your DPR could still be bad just because you were playing a lot of stronger teams, so they scored higher than other teams other teams played. Just strength of schedule related. Next slide. Not from TBA, but another metric that is used very commonly in the FRC community is ELO, which is based on a chess rating system that's used for chess rankings. Because of its roots, it really only looks at wins and losses and ties, so just the end results. It doesn't try to approximate scoring, at least as a base model. The reason why it's good predictive-wise is teams typically will perform similarly to how they perform in the past. So that makes it good for predictions because, especially at the start of the season, when you don't have much data on how good a team is, you can take a look at their past performances and see how well you expect them to do in various matches. Next.
Yeah. So now we're going to go more in depth about specifics about creating the scouting system and using some examples from our own team, 1678. Next slide. Yeah. So the first question we're going to tackle, and the first question you should tackle when thinking about scouting systems is what do you need to visualize and what do you want to visualize? This should be based off of your analysis of what is important in the game, and this should be based also on what your match strategist or your pick list people are going to use. So what this means is that if you decided that the most important thing in an alliance partner is like data point A, then you need to make sure that data point A is all in front of the pick list people when they need it, when they make that decision for what the pick list is, or else it risks the chance that they don't use the data or they instead base decisions off of like non data things like how much they like a team. So what this means is that you have to make sure that all your data that you want to present is reduced into sortable, easy to understand metrics so that they can most easily make a decision. You don't want the data to get in the way of the people making the decision. You want it to be there to help them. Yeah. Next slide.
Okay. So the way 1678 actually determines what we're scouting for is we work backwards from the visualization requirements. Then we separate any qualitative data collection from quantitative data collection. So we have two different groups of scouts that collect either quantitative data or qualitative data. So again, we try and limit what we're collecting to the minimum needed to fulfill all of the visualization requirements, because in the end, we find it's just a trade-off of accuracy versus comprehensiveness. And in fact, there was a post on Chief pretty recently, a couple days ago, where they came the results out, that found that accuracy did go down when as teams were collecting more data. It wasn't a super high sample size, so take it with a grain of salt, but it tends to confirm what the practices that we've been using for years. Again, we don't record what we can using Scouts data that we can get from other places. So if if we can get it from TBA, then we won't try and scout for it. If you take a look at the picture here, that's actually the end result of what we choose to visualize. So by the end of week 2 or so, or by the start of week 2, we aim to have the a prioritized list of all the data fields that strategists want us to visualize. Not all of these will actually end up getting visualized, especially some of the really low priority ones. They typically get cut off. So this year, we collected and displayed data for the first 20 on this list. There were, I think, 10 more after this that were not deemed high priority enough to make the cut, especially for our first regional. Next slide.
Yeah. Going into our specific principles about scouting and development as a whole, we just bundled it all up into this one little acronym that we are going to be using. The first point is simplicity. Like we were talking about earlier, if you reduce complexity on the end of the user, whether it be the scout or the people viewing the data, um, it it gives for better accuracy and better use of the data. Now, that's basically what we've been talking about several times already. Just generally, if you decrease complexity, you make the UI as simple as possible, then the user is going to be able to use that software with better ease and more reliability in the end.
Yeah. So with all of our UIs, we try to make them as easy to use as possible. Just because stuff happens at competition, it's very stressful. So the more simple that you can make everything, it's just going to be a lot easier on everyone involved and increase the chances that what you're doing is actually useful. So in all the visualization apps, we try and make it so the important data is front and center. The UI for the scouting apps, we make sure before competition and when we're designing the UI, we make sure that it's easy to use, that the things that scouts will use most often are going to be right next to where their thumbs are or their fingers are or however they hold it. We go around and get kind of like a sample of how people hold the tablets, just to figure out where we should be putting the most used buttons.
Yeah. Accuracy is the third point. We've already been harping on accuracy throughout this presentation, but just to reiterate it one more time, if you have bad data, then that is effectively going to be worse than no data, because if you have data that isn't representative of a team on a team that either the people who are creating a pick list view or people who are creating a match strategy view, then that is going to give them a false impression of that other team, a false impression of their capabilities, which means that that is effectively worse than having no impression at all of their capabilities. So try to make accuracy a very important part of your system. It is very important in all of scouting overall.
And the last thing that 1678 prioritizes as a core principle of how we design scouting systems is reliability. Um, Basically, like everything that you'd be doing in robotics, it's not really good enough if it works part of the time, because people need to be able to expect that they can use the data whenever they need it. If it's not available sometimes when they need it, then that's decreasing how useful your system is and all the work that your scouts put into it and all the work that you put into it. So by having as reliable of a system as possible, you make sure that people will be using the data because they know they can trust it and can depend on it being there. Versus if it's not always there, people might be less inclined to use it, and they might just not have it when they need it.
Yeah. We're gonna go over a short version of our system, just that you guys have some comparison. Our system, we use 18 objective scouts, which is 3 per robot on the field. Objective scouts are scouting stuff like how many balls did a team score. On a year that we're collecting climbs, they're collecting whether the team climbed or not. And we also have 2 subjective scouts. The subjective scouts, what they do is that they look each one. It's one per alliance, and they're ranking the alliance in terms of like subjective metrics, like how agile are each of the teams and how fast they are. Uh, those rankings, the ordinal rankings, contribute to a metric that we create called driverability, which is fairly important in our pick list process. Now, all of those scouts are Android tablets, and we generate QR codes based off that data and scan the QR codes. It's uploaded to our Python server where data is calculated and put into the MongoDB database that is local on the computer. And it is also uploaded to a cloud MongoDB database where both the viewer, which is the app that the match strategist has, and also the paste is able to view. Now, that is just our system, and Kevin's going to go into why we have 3 scouts per robot.
Yeah. So yeah, we use 18 scouts at once, not 18 total. We generally have a lot more scouts than that, so we can rotate through and have everyone take breaks. But we aim to have 18 scouts on scouting every single match. The reason for that is data accuracy, like a lot of things in our system. So if you take a look at this graph here, you'll see that even with 2 scouts and definitely with 1 scout, which is represented in blue, 2 scouts in yellow, and the full competition set of scouts in red, you can see that it's significantly more accurate. Lower is better. To have 3 scouts at once, especially in the more used data fields. The reason for this is human error. Scouts aren't perfect. We shouldn't expect them to be. So basically, the way we have 3 scouts is we use them to check the data against each other. So by having 3 of them, we can then, if one of them makes a mistake, we just take what the other 2 people say. If all 3 of them get different answers, we basically average it out and assume that's what the team did in the match. So by having 18 scouts at once, it significantly increases our data accuracy.
Yeah. And now we're going to go into some principles that you should take into consideration when designing your own system. First off, we're going to start with next slide. It is choosing platforms. Choosing platforms is an essential part of any system. It's also completely dependent on what budget you have and what development budget you have. Now, so hardware, it completely depends on your budget and scouts. We use tablets. We know a lot of teams use computers. We have also used phones in the past. It really depends on what you have and or what you're willing to purchase on behalf of scouting. Phones work by having internet. Like if you just take phones from students on your team, take phones from your scouts, and then put the app on there so that the scouts can just submit using the phone's data that it already has. That has worked for us at one of our competitions before. The software that you pick is completely dependent on what platforms you have. We use Kotlin for Android apps, which would be for tablets. We use Python for the server, which is based on a computer, and we use Google Sheets for Picklist. And analysis could be completely done in spreadsheets, so we don't even really need the server. I mean, well, we do, but in terms of thinking about development, the main point is that just think about what you are able to develop with in terms of both budget and development experience. And I'll talk about data transfer in a bit. It's just important to think about how your data is going to get from one place to another. Next slide.
Okay, you can hear me now. So when we are thinking of when 1678 is considering the platforms that we're targeting, we try and limit the number now. This is a lesson we learned the hard way, but so essentially we used to target something like 5 or 6 different platforms. In the last couple years, we've cut that down to only targeting 3, and one of those is Google Sheets. The reason that we try and reduce this is because it makes it harder to use your developer resources, because they'll be splitting themselves up into a bunch of different technologies that they need to learn how to use. So say if you finish one app, then you can't really just assign developers to another app because they're using completely different technologies. So essentially, just try and limit the number of things you're trying to teach your developers and the number of things you expect your different developers to do, because that just lets you be a lot more efficient with your distribution of labor. Next slide.
Yeah, I said I would talk about data transfer, and that time is now. So it's important to note that there's no Wi-Fi at competitions. You're not allowed to use mobile hotspots as long as they're not wired hotspots. So you need to decide how you're getting data from wherever you're collecting the data to wherever it needs to be. For us, of course, it's QR codes, which we decided was the best way to do it without using internet. You are allowed to use mobile phone data, like just connection just off the phone. So what we've done before is we've just had like mobile phone data. Uh, they type it into like a Google sheet or a Google form, and then they upload it, and then it automatically goes into Google Sheets. Now, this is also dependent on what platforms you choose. If you have internet that is not based off a hotspot or Wi-Fi on any platform you have, then that makes it a lot easier. But we don't have internet for all 20 of our tablets at once, so we do use QR codes. The main point with data transfer is you just want to make sure that you have a reliable system that just works. The main point of data transfer is that it works, and try not to make it too complicated. Yeah, just also don't forget about it.
Yeah, adding on to the data transfer thing real quick. If you it's on the slide, but if you want to use TBA like we do, you do need to have some way to drag the TBA data from the Blue Alliance website to whatever you're using. So again, just something to keep in mind. We have a specific modem that's uses cellular data just for our server computer, just so we can download data we need and then upload stuff to the cloud. So just again, something to consider. The main thing with data transfer is that you don't need to worry about it much at competition because whatever you selected is well tested and works. Next slide. Okay, so the last step in having a scouting system, not necessarily the last thing you should consider or write, but kind of the end goal of all of this is to be able to display your data. So it's important to recognize that there's a difference in using your data for match strategy versus a pick list. Match strategy is typically going to need less data, and they might be looking at different data points than you would be doing in a full pick list meeting, just because you have a lot less time to consider your match strategy before any individual match. For both applications, you want to display just the data that they're going to use. If they never use a data point, then you probably don't need to show it to them. A lot of the time, this can mean that you're combining a bunch of different stuff into a single point, so it's a lot easier to just look at and determine how good a robot is at, say, climbing. And then, again, after competitions, a great way to ensure that you aren't giving excess data is figure out if there's anything that they don't use. So that just kind of goes into not trying to show them too much data all at once, but talking to your strategists about what data that they want to see, what data that they didn't use is a great way to improve your system in between competitions. The only thing we're going to tell you to add in the displaying data section is make sure you can display trends, at least in pick list. Be it in the form of like a last 4 matches average or something, or being able to graph the results for each match. Trends can be a lot more informative because you can see, for example, if a team really struggled at the start of a competition but has been picking it up since then, so maybe they had a really rough first 2 matches but have been performing really well since then, that means that just because their average is lower, they could go under a lot of teams' radar, and that's how you can get a really good pick that people didn't notice. On the other side of things, if a team started off really strong but hasn't been doing so well recently, that looking at the trends can be a warning sign that you might not want to pick them, or you might want to pay a little bit more attention to how they do in matches on the second day of competition if it's a regional. So you can use trends to inform how a team's doing and recently, and also how they perform in future matches is typically a lot closer to how they're trending versus just the straight average. Next slide.
Yeah. Something else that we do on our scouting system specifically is predictions. We predict outcomes of matches based off our own scouting data. Predictions as a whole don't need to be based off your own scouting data. They could be based off of a reported metric like OPR or ELO before the entire competition even. Predictions, in our opinion, are useful because they can identify tough matches that allow you to focus your match strategy. If we're predicted to lose a match, like a couple matches from now, but our next match we're predicted to win by like a 60% margin or something, then we can focus a lot of our match strategy efforts on the hard match rather than the easy match. This can also be used at picklist meetings at regionals or regionals for our team to project the final seeding at the event, which can help you plan how good of a picklist do we need to make. Do we need to plan for any other seeding option other than us being in first seed? Now, good predictions are useful predictions. This kind of goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway. If you have bad predictions, then that is going to negatively influence your team more than it's going to help you. Also, we use during event predictions, which is during the event because we have data at the competition that we use to make the predictions, but you can also make them before the event so that you can have predictions for those early matches, which and decide which of those early matches that you need to focus on in terms of match strategy. And pre-event stuff can be done either using like pre-scouting or any sort of system you have there, or just use OPR ELO. Yeah. Next slide.
Alrighty, so here, one of the most frequently asked questions that we get in our, especially when we release our white paper, is what would we do if we had less resources to dedicate towards scouting? So here's the answer. We have used this system before for off-season events. So I think it was 2019 Chessy Champs comes to mind. And so basically, we didn't have a full scouting system ready because we were in the middle of doing a rewrite in the off season. So essentially, we threw this together, and I think a couple members of the sub team did it in like a week and a half. So we used just basic Google Forms to scout simple quantitative metrics like how many cargo were scored, how many hatch panels were scored, and then climb level. Then we just did all the calculations in a spreadsheet. The display was in a spreadsheet. And yeah, that worked really well for us. It wasn't obviously quite as good as our full-blown scouting system with like all the time data and everything, but it also took a lot less time to make, and it took a lot less hardware. So doing that, we were able to just piggyback off of our existing scouts phones. We just use cellular data for all the data transfer. And then we were able to just use Google Sheets. We didn't need any special hardware for running the server on either. Another thing to consider, especially if you're a lower resource team or you can't dedicate a huge amount of people to scouting, is reaching out to other teams that are going to be at the regional to form a scouting alliance. You'll see posts about this on Chief like every season. Essentially what that is you're collecting data with other teams at the regional for the purpose of everybody gets to have some data, and by teaming up you actually get better data and more comprehensive data just by having more scouts. So that's always something to consider if you can't get your enough people to scout on your own.
Also, another thing to consider with scouting alliances is if you are a more experienced team, then it's a good idea to reach out to local teams in your area who could possibly want your scouting data or could help you scout, and then you help them with the system. It's a good culture to be able to reach out to local teams and either help them or have them help you. Yeah. We're going to go into our some of our processes throughout the season that you can possibly apply to your own team just at the very end here. We're going to start with preseason. Next slide. Yeah. The most important thing in preseason is training. If you're developing using software that needs training, which is pretty much every software that you could develop with, it's important that you get your developers, whoever's working on that during the season, prepared by training with the software in the off season. Just make sure that everyone thoroughly knows what they're working with. You can also develop as much framework as you can. If your system includes a portion that is not season specific, which is pretty much every system, then try to do what you can in off season, what you can before you know what the game is, because the more that you do in off season, the less that you have to do those exact same things during the season, which is always good, because during the season you're going to be rushed, you're going to be under pressure. It's just very good to do stuff before the season. And also, if you already have existing code, then it's good to look on what worked and what didn't work and what you would want to change for the coming season. You can also make it reusable and more easy to maintain, which is what we've been doing for the past couple of years. We've been trying to make it so that we have to do less and less work during the season by making it a more reusable system, as it were. Yeah. Next slide.
Okay, so essentially, kickoff here is a pretty broad term for like the first week and a half of build season. Essentially, obviously, the first thing you're going to do with kickoff, you're going to watch the reveal video, you're going to read the game manual, and you're going to your entire team can figure out exactly what the goals are for this season with the robot. Like, what is your strategy going to be, and all that. So after you do that, that's when you should work with whoever's doing strategy on your team to figure out what metrics could be useful. Specifically, especially if you already have a framework from previous years or from working in the off season, which we would recommend that you do, what you should be doing is figuring out what's special about this year. So most FRC games have a pattern, or it's not a lot of stuff is similar from year to year. So essentially, what you're trying to do is figuring out what is unique about this year that requires special tracking. So, for example, in 2018, that was the first year we began tracking timeline because it was when you scored game pieces could actually be more important than how many you were scoring. So, the earlier in the match you scored cubes on the scale, the more of an impact you would have. We will say that simply tracking scoring elements is not year specific. Basically, every game requires you to do some tracking of score elements just because every game has some form of scoring. So what you call them may vary, but in the end, the actual requirement to track scoring is not going to be unique. We aim to get a final prioritized list of data by week 2. That's just our timeline. It's pretty manageable, in our opinion. So that gives you enough time in the rest of build season to actually develop the unique parts of the system, while still giving you plenty of time to actually discuss what's important enough to track. Next slide.
Yeah. So throughout the season, one of the most important parts of our development process is reviewing. We personally use a system called test-driven development, which is where we write tests for our code before we write our code. And then if the tests fail, then you keep on working on the code. And if the tests succeed, then you know that you've got a working system, at least according to how those tests were written. But you don't need to go into that much depth in terms of tests. Just make sure that your code is readable, the logic makes sense, make sure that the code actually works, make sure to test your code, and that feeds into testing the full system. Try to simulate competition environment when testing the full system, because competition is really good at finding the problems in your code that you may have missed in individual testing. So try to make it as similar to a full competition as possible. Data transfer is one of the most important parts of the system. So if you only test each part individually without testing the data transfer, then that is going to miss problems in the data transfer that you might have. And all this testing is a good time to get user feedback. Make sure that if your match strategist is using an app, or if the people who are making a pick list are using some sort of your software, then make sure that you get feedback on how that stuff looks. Does it have any stuff that they aren't looking for, they don't want? If they don't want it, then you can get rid of it. And that is good. Just get user feedback when you test. Yeah. Next slide.
Alrighty, so before competition, essentially our goal is to make sure that everything that we could do beforehand is done beforehand. Again, just because competition is a great way to have things break. So the more we can get done beforehand and feel confident in, the more reliable everything's going to be. So all of our pre-competition prep starts with scout training, which is where we go scout actual real match video. This provides both a great way to test the system and also to make sure that scouts know what they're doing. So make sure scouts know how to upload data or transfer it in some way, and also make sure everyone agrees on definitions. So I think one of the best examples of this is, when does a climb start and when does a climb end? It's really easy for people to have slightly different ideas on this, but if all your scouts know what you mean by when a climb starts and when a climb ends, that's going to help you get more consistent data across all your scouts. Before the competition, we also make sure there's a lead scout and an assistant lead scout to to manage shifts and make announcements to the scouts. This just helps keep everything more orderly in the chaos of competition. Again, we want to prepare as much as possible beforehand. So having done all of our scout training and our tests, we make sure that any bugs that we find there are fixed and that the apps are updated. We then remove all of the test data that we have. We make sure all the config files are correct and that all the spreadsheets are ready to go. And then, especially if you're going into a event that's later in the season, or if you're going to champs, we try and do as much pre-scouting as we can and calculate predictions and just get some basic data for teams based on the pre-scouting alone. So the reason behind that is just, again, to give the entire team, not just the scouting sub-team, as much of a chance of knowing what's going to happen going into the competition, to help compensate for things inevitably breaking and going wrong once you actually start competing. Next slide.
Yeah. At competition, we have a couple things that we think are important. We get to competitions, we as 1678 get to competitions very early. That is because we want good seats. Good seats generally mean happy scouts because they can see the field better. So try to get good seats. See if you can beat 1678 in terms of getting to the line first and getting good seats. Make sure to give everyone breaks. That goes on with the fact that if scouts are tired, they are not going to be scouting as well as if they were not tired. So give people breaks. It also is, good to keep them happy and all. Also have developers monitoring the system. What this means is that if you have any sort of output, whether it be a place where you can see the data, which is pretty much every system, make sure that you have people who are looking at that data, making sure that it's coming in properly, because it's easier to nip it in the bud during the competition than it is to fix it during pickless night if there was a problem in the data transfer or somewhere else along the way. Yeah, next slide.
Okay, so at draft night, we export all the data into a spreadsheet. If you already have your data in a spreadsheet, nice. If you use something other than a spreadsheet, well, I don't know what to tell you. You're ahead of us. Then at draft night, we have one or two developers who are basically not there to contribute really to the picklist process, but just to make sure that the system's running smoothly. We also look out while, as the developers are there, we have them look for the metrics that aren't being used and the metrics that are being used, just as a way to get kind of feedback without really needing to go around asking people for it. So that's a great way to figure out what's actually being used, because people might not remember exactly what happened a week later. So we highly recommend having a developer or two at draft night just to make sure everything works. Next slide. Okay, so working remotely, we're as new to this as everyone else is, but a couple of tips that we've been using. We've been working on integrating new platforms, so we've changed our philosophies a little bit. We're working more with automated testing as a means to improve reliability, but now is a great time to try something new, start working on the framework for something new, do a big refactor, just try and make improvements or teach people things, stuff that will be permanent. So even if we don't end up using the scouting system in the next season, we'll still have a really good framework moving forward. The other thing that we highly recommend doing is go out of your way to promote collaboration right now. obviously it's harder for people to work together now, given that you can't just like turn to the person sitting next to you and talk to them. So the way we've been doing this is we generally did use pair programming for at least a lot of projects beforehand, just because that's part of the way that we do our training as well. But we'd highly recommend having people work together on assignments and getting backlog items done. And also just make sure people talk. Yeah, we've done a bunch of team bonding work. So just try to make sure people are collaborating together as much as possible, especially and go out of your way to encourage it.
Yeah. We're gonna conclude here. I'm gonna try to make this quick so we can have some time for questions. Oh, it disappeared. Next slide, if possible. Okay, well, I'm just gonna say them. Uh, Basically, our concluding notes are that if a system hasn't worked for your team, then try again. Just make sure that you would. Oh, we're back. We're back. Uh, if something didn't work for you a previous season, then try to fix it either in the off season. Scouting systems are good. I like them. I may be biased because I'm the scouting lead and all, but scouting is useful. So make sure that you fix any problems you had in the previous system, previous year, previous system. Another note is collecting data varies a lot from year to year. It's good to reassess what is important to your team and important to the scouting system each year. In 2019, we decided that map scouting was important based off the structure of our data. In 2020, we decided that it wasn't because we didn't care where they were shooting from. Yeah, how we collect data varies from year to year, so make sure to reassess that. Also, just use the off season as much as you can to improve the previous year's system or improve your developers with training and such. Just do a lot of stuff in the off season if you can. There's still like 2 months left. Yeah. I believe that is it. The next slide is some resources for us. Yeah, we have our resources, the white paper, code release, software scouting at citrussurge.org if you need if you want to email us. Yeah, I believe we have like 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
Oh,
Also,
Kevin.
the Compass
Yeah,
Alliance has resources on scouting as well. So it didn't make it onto the slide, but go ahead. You can also take a look at the Compass Alliance for additional resources.
Yeah, we do have a question from the audience. How do you handle collection of data from TBA when the link between FMS and TBA is unreliable, as often happens?
So the way we handle this is we actually separate the data that we depend on TBA for and the data that we don't need from TBA. So we just separate the calculations into two different parts of the database. And so we understand that we're probably going to get TBA match data about a match later than we normally would, or maybe half a match later. So a couple of the ways that we've handled this at competition is if we really need data, we can always just run another calculation cycle as soon as the TBA updates. But most of the time, it doesn't matter that much. So it's fine if we get the TBA data with a little bit of a lag. So as long as we separate them so that it's very clear when we have the TBA data, that's the main way that we prevent any crashes or weird stuff happening because we don't have data.
Yeah, also with TBA data, at pretty much all of the competitions that we've gone to, at least when I've been on the team, TBA has eventually become reliable by the time, like after like a couple matches after the match that went wrong. If TBA data is being consistently unreliable, like it's giving bad responses and like it doesn't update properly from the FMS, then it's a good idea to separate it. And if that's consistently happening to you, then consider scouting for that data on your own. The reason we made such a big point about it was because TBA data accuracy has worked well for us in the past. But if that's a consistent experience that you have in terms of TBA unreliability, then we suggest that you might want to consider scouting it yourself.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have any more audience questions, but if someone in the audience has one, feel free to ask.
Yep, we got a couple minutes left here, so if anyone else has any questions.
I'm assuming we're good. We're pretty much out of time on that. So thank you all for coming. Hopefully this was useful for you. Good luck in the upcoming season or whatever ends up happening. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Also, another note before we quite sign off yet is that remember, if you want to contact us, we have the link. It's softwarescouting@citruscircuits.org. That's a good way to contact us if you have any further questions. Also, if you want to, see me on a panel, I think I'm on the panel at 10 o'clock today with some other scouting people. So yeah, that's a bit of self-advertisement there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else that you say. Just if you are interested, just track down those resources. I do recommend the 1114 one. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to the fabrication and prototyping presentation that we have for you guys today. We'll be presenting about what exactly is prototyping and just overall the importance of it. My name is Carolyn. I'm the moderator for today. I'm a mechanical student on 1678, and our two presenters here are going to introduce themselves, and they're the ones who put together this lovely presentation for you guys today. So let's start off with Zatara.
Hello everyone, my name is Zatara, and I'm also a student on 1678. I'm on our hardware fabrication team, and I've done design for the past 3 years. I'm also 1678's hardware fabrication lead.
I am Devin Castellucci. I have been a part of 1678 for, I believe, 14 years now. I am the fabrication mentor for the team, and now we're going to go ahead and get into our first slide.
Yeah,
For sure.
And
Yep. All right. Just a notification for everyone in chat. A lot of this presentation is based on the questions that you guys have to ask for us. So in the back of your mind during this entire presentation, just write down some questions you've got, because we plan to answer them after the kind of, presentation-esque part, right? So first slide, thank you, Carolyn. Let's just ask the obvious question and get this out of the way real quick, right? Might ask, what's a prototype? And to answer that, prototyping is a rough construction of an idea or just a mechanism that you want to, well, test, right? The purpose of the prototype should be of being able to make quick iterations and changes in some variable to find a design that works the best or most efficiently for what you're trying to, achieve, right? So after you've finished prototyping something up, you take those important findings from that, right? Whether it be some dimensions or in general just how to go about implementing something in a robot, and you just kind of get that turned into the, real deal, right? So I guess some way a team could go about that is by, getting it into the CAD, getting it manufactured, and then obviously getting it onto getting the mechanism assembled and fabricated and put onto the final robot, right? And then just another thing I'd like to mention for prototyping, get very creative, right? Your prototype doesn't have to be expensive, and what's important is that you get the insight for what you need, right? A lot of stuff that we use on 1678 are basically a absolute ton of scraps, right? And you'll see us reuse parts from our robot, such as drivetrains or shooters. We'll show you in some later slides, right? And we've also got some other stuff up our sleeves, such as 8020, right? If you don't know what that is, it's basically like Connects or Lego for FRC students or just anyone in the professional industry, where you can make some really, 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 really quick assemblies with these kind of aluminum tubes, right? And which are very super easy to connect together. We've also got lumber. Lumber is our absolute best friend. It's really cheap, super strong, and it's just very, very easy to cut, right? This year, and additionally, we've also found ourselves prototyping with some laser cut wood. We got a laser cutter in the past year, so we can basically cut anything thin, very quick, and it's at your disposal and very perfect for prototyping, right? And then just to finalize the definition on prototyping, make sure it's suited for your robot's needs and what you're trying to just get out of the prototype. It's vital that your prototype is efficient and effective, because essentially your robot will be your advanced prototype, right? With your final robot, you're going to spend a lot of time optimizing it and iterating on it so that it can perform its best during competition, right? Now, your next line will be, what is considered effective, right? Well, that's just figuring out the things that your prototype can do and what it cannot do. Basically, what works and what doesn't work, right? Kayla, could you go back to the last slide for a quick sec? Yeah. And then just this picture on the right side, I'd like to mention, I want to talk about this photo, right? It was our cargo intake prototype in 2019. And you might ask yourself some key takeaways, question mark? Well, if you take a look at it really closely, it's A, extremely elementary, and B, it's super easy to iterate upon, right? This prototype is made completely out of wood, and it's very obviously tossed together, right? On the hex shaft, you can notice that you can power it with a drill, And you've also got you've also got the option to switch out what types of wheels that you can use. And notice that there's actually 2 screws inside of the lumber, setting the height of how far the wheels are off the ground, right? So with this kind of variability and just ability to iterate, you can use this information to, I guess, figure out the optimal compression when intaking a ball, right? And then I believe on our actual robot that we actually decided to go with full mechanism wheels, so that when we touch the ball, A, we own it, and B, the ball will be funneled toward the kind of center of the mechanism, though, right? All in all, it's a very simple prototype, and it's not really complicated, right? All right, next slide. On this slide, you'll find a bunch more prototypes that we've had over the past few years, right? And starting from the left side image, here's a prototype from our intake from our 2018 robot, right? Notice how the drivetrain is straight up, just a simple kit of parts drivetrain. That's basically reusability at its prime, right? And then I believe for that specific prototype, the important factor for designing this intake was kind of figuring out where the wheels should go in respect to the power cube, right? And check out that basically take a look really closely that the only thing determining where the holes are on that wood are those pieces of plywood that are attached to the ends of the arms, which are,
Caroline,
plywood's
can you go
very
ahead
easy
and full
to
screen this?
plywood's very easy to, I guess, replace and put some new hole arrangements on that, right?
There we go.
And then,
Really
thank
easy
you.
to see.
Let's take a look at the middle image now, right? Next up, we've got our kind of a hatch panel intake from 2019, right? And the purpose of this guy was to just figure out the right shape for the beak that could, I guess, expand and grab a hatch panel from the inside. And then this prototype also tested a method of releasing it, right? Big takeaways here is my favorite part about this prototype is the fact that we're using a drivetrain from our 2018 practice robots, and that the structure used to, I guess, lift the mechanisms off the ground is some very obviously whipped together pieces of wood, right? And then lastly, if you look on the right side, we've got another prototype from 2020. Carolyn, would you like to talk about this one for a quick sec?
Yeah, so if you can actually see the person on the left working on the prototype is me. Basically, this prototype was from 2020, so we had the fuel cells, and we were testing a new different type of funneling system. So we were trying to decide between this funneling system where it had 2 belts at the bottom, one was faster than the other, and it would feed the balls up into a column, which would have the shooter on top, versus the spindexer, which we ended up going with, which was basically just like a huge circle, and the balls, and it would spin super duper fast, so the balls could find a place in there, and then when we were ready to shoot, it would spin again, and all the balls would be able to be released. So this actually just goes to show that we boiled it down to 2 ideas that we had, and we ended up without deciding which one we wanted to go with. So we ended up prototyping both options to see which one we'd like better, and we ended up actually going with the spindexer on our final robot. But this just goes to show like the importance of prototyping. You can test if you boil it down to boil it down from a ton of ideas to 2 that you can't decide on. Like testing it in action really can show the benefits of each system.
Awesome. Thank you, Carolyn. All right, I think we're ready for the next slide. So basically, right, now that we've got some examples of the way and introduced you guys to the importance of the purpose of prototyping, let's talk about some of our philosophies that we go by on 1678, right? And then the first and only one I'll take out of this happens to be my favorite, but I highly emphasize is fail faster, right? Nobody, especially us, we never usually get things right on the first try. And then realistic situations or just, I don't know, life in general, it's very difficult to predict, right? And what I mean by this is fail faster in order to succeed sooner, right? Experiment with your prototype under any circumstances, and very especially the ones that will make your robot fail, right? This goes for your completed robot, but by figuring out what works and what doesn't work on your prototype, I can guarantee that your robot will come out better if your team knows your mechanism's full capacities, right? And I think we'd all love to go to a competition, being completely prepared for any situation that can happen. So by failing faster to succeed sooner, this is one step towards that, right? I'd also like to mention, do your best to prototype during unideal situations, right? Competitions are, you know, real life and are usually wild. And during a match, your robot will not be in an ideal situation during a match, right? A disclaimer of that, of course, is ensure that you do your best in those situations that aren't ideal, but don't really be surprised if something comes up, right? During your testing, if a robot only works under X conditions and not YZ conditions, try to think of some methods of how it can, work under all X, Y, and Z conditions, right? Anything else you'd like to mention about this, Devin?
Yeah. So, one of the biggest things that I see a lot of teams do at competitions, is particularly at the practice field, is they will very heavily baby their robot. So what that means is, if they're going to go intake a ball, they'll put it directly in front of the robot and make it super easy for the driver, instead of forcing them into a position where they have to actually work to get the ball like they would during a match. So it's really important to sort of have this philosophy that you want to make it difficult for both the robot and your operators in order to acquire game pieces and score them, because the more experience you can get on that and see, okay, it's really hard for us to pick a ball up against the fence with this intake that we have, right? So do we want to try and design the intake so it's better at picking balls up against the fence, or do we want to change our strategy and be more along the lines of, okay, now we need to skim along the fence so we can knock the ball out into the field to make it easier for us to acquire, and approach it from that way. So it's a give-take choice that you can make in, are you trying to solve something with how you're driving and strategizing, or with how you're designing. And it's an important step that you need to be taking with your prototypes to determine how you're going to approach those choices. Yep. Go ahead and
Awesome.
hit the next slide.
I think that was a perfect way to phrase it. Thank you, Devin. All right. So basically, now that we've got our philosophy out of the way, let's get a little bit into how we prepare our students to kind of master the art of prototyping, right? So every year during our off season, our team loves to hold these challenges, or sorry, short competitions, which we call prototyping challenges, right? So these are 2-day processes, which encase obviously a short competition, in which student teams, including both veteran and new, are given a very simple challenge with a limited number of supplies and restrictions, right? Basically, rules, right? Just to clarify, I'd like to mention that our team meets every Wednesday and Thursday evening for a tiny bit of 2.5 hours every week, right? So kids will spend the first half of their first day to kind of discuss how they would go about their prototype, and then I guess the rest of their first day and a majority of their second day will actually be dedicated to building their prototype, right? And then finally, on the second day and kind of like the last hour, we'll be playing the challenge, right? So prototyping challenges are a really great way to introduce prototyping to new members and kind of sharpen your kind of MacGyver senses, right? Or the ability to kind of whip something up legitimate on a whim, right? The challenges that we give out aren't really insane, and I believe they're pretty healthy, in which we kind of reuse the game objects from previous years, right? Carolyn, could you go to the next slide for a quick sec? I think my favorite example is that of the fuel from 2017, right? After Champs 2017, I have no idea what a team would do with 10 million wiffle balls, right? But prototyping challenges is kind of the best example we've got for them, other than, I don't know, food, right? So the challenge shown here was us playing Hungry Hungry Hippos, right? With the design challenge with the challenge to create or prototype some form of intake to suck up as much fuel as possible in a given time limit, right? So basically, what we do in the off season is, I like to reiterate, is have these prototyping challenges to practice and just kind of get everyone's senses going for when actual build season kicks in. Is there anything you'd like to mention on this slide, Devin?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things to note here is that most of these are wood and plywood prototypes. The one on the left, with Zadar working on it, you'll notice that the intake that they're using is being powered by a drill. This is something that's very typical of our sort of first approach because it's real easy to actually control speed with the throttle on the drill. It can't generally get quite as high as motor power in terms of rotational speed, but it's really quick and dirty easy to do. Now you'll notice both of these prototypes are being pushed around because that was not a part of the challenge. It was just make something that can pick up as quickly as possible and contain as many as possible of the fuel in a given period of time. Now, the one on the right, you'll notice is actually being powered by some motors. So this is a little bit more advanced prototype. This was something that we had planned ahead of time to be done. Now, 1678 likes to have prepped a number of motor gearbox combinations for our more advanced prototypes in the start of our seasons. And then if we actually come across something like a shooter that we need to prototype, we generally actually require some form of feedback control so that we can get a target speed. And in those instances, we'll actually rope in fully the electrical and programming team in order to set up a really basic robot. Honestly, sometimes it's just the speed controller necessary and hooked up to a previous drivetrain, and that's it, just because it's already got most of the wiring hooked up. So that's sort of the three-step prototyping process with various levels of motor control. You have level 1 with just use a drill because it's quick and easy. The next one is just control the speed with a gearbox and then supply it power with some choice of motor. And then the last choice is, okay, we actually need to fully have control over the speed with the motor so we know how fast it's going and it's able to achieve a target velocity, which is a lot more advanced, but some prototypes do require this to be successful. So let's see. Go ahead and go back a slide to see if there's anything else we missed. And the other thing I wanted to mention is these prototyping challenges are a fantastic way to introduce sort of basic hands-on skills with your tools that you use. So it teaches your students how to use a drill, how to use a handsaw, hacksaw, how to properly drive a screw in without stripping the head out. I think that's one that a lot of people commonly underestimate. It's like, oh, it's just driving a screw in. Yeah, you got to push pretty hard to make sure you're doing it right, and it takes people a little time to get a proper handle on a lot of these basic tools, and these challenges give them a lot of experience with that. And this is one of the primary ways 1678 introduces these, okay, you need to utilize all of these basic skills that we've trained you to do and you need to do them quickly. And that's sort of the key. It puts a nice big time crunch on them, so that they are actually forced to just get it done rather than doing it well. Because prototypes are about extracting as much information as quickly as possible, learning from it, and then moving on. So go ahead and jump forward 2 slides.
All right. So then, of course, there's off season, and then we have everyone's favorite part of the year, build season, right? Things get a bit more sophisticated, but our heart and mind, our prototyping mind, are going to stay kind of the same, right? If it's all right, I'm just going to go into a quick, very, very quick crash course on how 1678 does kickoff, and I'll just go right into it, right? On day one, 1678 watches the game reveal together, and then everyone takes a long time to kind of read the rules and envelop the rules, right? Just by spending some time individually. And I'd like to add on that this includes all of the members on our team, from mentors to students to, I don't know what other people there are, but everyone is going to read those rules, right? In the meantime, right, while everyone is kind of reading the rules manual, our leadership team will kind of speed run it and write up a quick rules test to administer to all of our students and our mentors, right? And we basically ensure that everyone passes this test with a really, really high score, just to make sure that everyone is kind of on the same page, right? So this kind of goes all the way until, I want to say, about noon, right? And then, as you guys know, kickoff is always on a Saturday. So we spend the rest of that Saturday discussing with the entire team on kind of strategizing the goals that 1678 wants to accomplish, right? And we call this kind of session our what brainstorming session, right? What we want 1678's robot to do, right? On the second day, or Sunday, we kind of wrap up the what brainstorming session in the morning, and then our technical sub teams break from the non-technical sub teams, right? So that those technical sub teams include like programming and hardware and electrical, and we kind of get into the how brainstorming session on the second day, right? So now that 1670 as a collective team has kind of figured out what we want to do with our robot, we delve really into the how we want to accomplish these goals, right? And then on Monday, I'd also like to mention that usually people have school on Monday, but our district is very fortunate in giving us vacation on Monday because it's just right after spring break. This is for every year, right? So basically on this Monday, we use this to our full advantage and getting straight to the prototyping for the rest of the week, right? Now you may be asking, what do we actually prototype? And after we figure out our hows and kind of after we figure out our whats and kind of discuss some hows, we usually have a few ideas that we want to test out. So we break on Monday into some prototyping teams that will start their work Monday and full send it for the rest of the week, right? I'd like to mention that before we go to the next slide, the image to the right is an example of what we wanted to try out in 2019, right? So in 2019, as you guys know, there was these hatch panels, these kind of discs that you could pick off the ground, right? So we just wanted to try making a prototype where we could, grab a hatch panel off the ground, and we call this our hatch panel intake, right? And while it was arguably successful, we chose to remove it off the final robot to A, save some weight, and B, we realized the fact that it was probably faster to grab a dropped hatch panel from the driver station rather than picking out the ground. And let me remind you, there's a reflector tracking tape on the driver station. So we decided to go with no ground hatch panel intake, right? Basically, in the end of all this stuff, though, I'd like to mention that this mechanism disappearance was not in vain, because A, we learned of a very effective way to pick up hatch panels, and B, it was basically another tool in our toolkit to take note of for the future, right? So big important thing to take away is that we wanted to test a prototype, so we did test it out, and we basically decided later if we need it or not, right? I think that's good for that prototype.
Yeah, one of the
Right.
the big upsides to doing these prototypes is it helps build your team's institutional knowledge, sort of the living memory of the team. Is one of the good things about having experienced mentors that have been with a team for a while around is they can remember what's sort of worked for the team's resources in the past and what will be easy to implement going on in the future for various challenges. So with this particular prototype, we sort of used what we learned from the 2013 season with picking frisbees up off the ground, modified it slightly because of the difference in shape for the hatch panel, and then we went, okay, how are we going to pick up this thin, flat, hard object? And we're like, okay, we need to scrape it up, and then we need to sort of clamp it so we can lift it up. And this is what we came up with. And even though we didn't use it in the long run, we still learned a considerable amount about how to approach the challenge of picking up that style of piece. So it's still always valuable information. Even if it doesn't necessarily work for you, you learn what does not work for you. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide.
Yep. So on this slide, it's basically just a bit of logistics for how we actually break into our prototyping teams, right? We basically prototype every single year about, I want to say, 4 to 6 different mechanisms. And what we do is we choose student leads to lead other students and ensure that this prototype reaches its fullest potential, right? All the way from getting prototyping tested to CAD, basically all the way up to competition, right? This lead is usually the lead designer of the mechanism, but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be designer, is what I'm trying to say. And basically, we make it the job of that lead or that prototyping lead to make sure that they carry getting this made all the way up to competition, right? And then if they're not a designer, same rules apply. They just got to work really closely with someone who can CAD it, and they'll basically communicate what needs to happen in the prototype for it to become a mechanism and get placed onto the robot, which will continue to be iterated on the actual robot until competition date, right? So I think what I'm trying to say is that for prototyping teams, there should be some lead that will be responsible for taking this prototype to be iterated as much as possible and optimized all the way until competition, right? Then obviously you'll sprinkle in some, design members, fabrication members, electrical students, basically a good balance to that everyone has kind of same resources at first. And it's fair to say that you're allowed to, I guess, redistribute those resources as you need later in build season, right?
At the beginning,
And then
it's a fairly rigid thing where it's just these are all of our teams. But as the season progresses, it does loosen up, and people will very commonly start to get reallocated as the needs of each prototype becomes more clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then some other information to take away is that documents literally every piece of information that you can about your robot. As you guys probably know, a prototype is being worked on in person, and when your CAD designer goes back home, they probably won't remember every single detail that occurred during that meeting, right? So on 1678, we highly emphasize that while you're prototyping, record absolutely every piece of information, whether this be, I guess, videos, just to make sure that the CAD person understands, the actual process that's going on, or even just measurements or other notes that you like to take out, like say maybe use these types of mechanism wheels, or just use these kind of wheels in general, right? Take a ton of documentation, and then of course there's the obvious things that you should take note of know your parameters. If you're, say, given a amount of space designated to you on the robot, make sure that you don't build your actual mechanism bigger than that, right? Make sure that your mechanism will be able to, I guess, work in that amount of space, right? And then if you look at the middle bullets under the documentation and methods, the best designs are those that are narrowed down and further perfected. Basically, another way to say optimize until competition day, right? Anything else you'd like to add on for that, Devin?
So it's really important to make sure you're documenting. Every time you're doing a test, you should be taking a video so that you can review it and see exactly how it worked. You should always be testing different ways. You don't want to have it say intake a ball directly from the front every single time. Do it from the sides. Test it where the robot would be twisting across. Every single different way you can have it interacting with your game pieces. And then you want to be taking all of the measurements required so that you could take all of the documentation that you've built up, give it to someone, and then they can replicate it again, either potentially as another prototype or as an actual mechanism that it will now go onto your robots. Yeah. Go ahead and next slide. So this
All
is
right.
our parts tracking sheet, and Zatara is going to explain how our students manage keeping track of all of this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. This is a question that gets asked every single year. How does what is 1678's actual, I guess, process for getting something prototyped to actually getting designed to actually getting fabricated, right? So this is the spreadsheet we use. It's a single spreadsheet, right? And what will happen is the designer of a part will just, list it down in this huge, gigantic list of what we call our parts tracking sheet, right? Basically, they'll when they add this information or add a part number, right? They'll add some information such as the designer, so that in case if there's something wrong with the part, someone can tell the designer what's going on with this part. They'll also give it a bit of a description. These are just kind of names, right? But it's helpful for in case no one remembers the number 1678 part 0613 off the top of their head. So what you'll do is you'll refer to the part tracking sheet and you'll just take a look at this part and be like, designer, I remember what this part is, right? Some also other information we take note of on the part tracking sheet are what machine this will be run on. This is helpful for the fabrication lead to kind of take note of maybe like what machines I'll designate this day. There's some other information which are, I guess, pretty essential, such as quantity of how much parts you'll need, if there's a second batch needed. There's also numbers for those. It's just currently not on screen. But yeah, all the information that you basically need for a part tracking sheet, right? This is just how we track it. And then you'll notice that there's these things called statuses. We can change this from like part needs a part drawing or part needs a toolpath. You can change it for like ready for router, ready for QCing. And of course, there's the final status, which we always want, which is this part is complete. And that's shown by the green under status, right? We also like to keep track of what machinist actually, machined the part. I think Devin can go a bit more into that later of why that's so important. But
actually, I can go ahead and do that right now if you want. So
go for it.
It's super critical that the process actually has someone accountable for who made the part drawing, who made the part. So in the case of who made the part drawing, if the person that now needs to make the part is unsure about something, they know exactly who to go to ask and be like, these dimensions are kind of laid out poorly. It's hard to figure out what exactly is super critical. So what do I need to do in order to make this part properly? So that's one example. The other example is what happens if a part ends up being machined to something out of spec? So if they messed up a dimension somewhere, we need to be able to know who made the part so that we can go, okay, why did this end up getting made incorrectly? So that we can then address that student and be able to go, okay, this is how it went wrong. This is what needs to happen the next time you do this. I personally don't care if a part gets messed up, but it really annoys me when I'm not able to figure out who I need to teach more. Um, so that's one of the things we do on the heart drawings is there is a spot for who made the part. And the way I finally got everyone to put their names on the part is I'll go around like 5-10 minutes after all of the sheets have been passed out, and if I walk up to you and you don't have your name on your part sheet, you give me 5 push-ups. And it's enough of an inconvenience to the students that it's a little embarrassing, but it's not like mean spirited or anything. So it gives them a nice motivation to be on top of putting it on, and it's worked out pretty well doing that system. So now we're into the part where it's just down to questions, correct, Caroline?
Yeah, so now since we're finished with the presentation part of it, now is the time that we're going to ask the questions that we received from the chat. That also means for people who are watching, and if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat and we'll be able to answer them. So let's start off with our first one, which is, what is the make and model of your laser cutter?
I know. So it's a Boss laser. I think it's the 2 foot by 3 foot bed. It's the basic model. I don't remember exact model name, but it's real nice having it. The one of the biggest features that I enjoy about that thing that's way better than the one that I have at work is that it's actually got an auto offset system set up, so it'll actually depth probe off of your part and then get the offset distance. Most of the time, that's good. Sometimes it does not work particularly well if the material is a little too flexible or you're doing a small part and it's able to pitch when it's pressed against. But it's a laser cutter is a fabulous tool because the software is so dirt simple. It's one of the quickest things for the students to pick up on because your variables are okay, you have a bunch of lines. Now follow those lines at this speed and at this power. That's it. And it's not like a router where you have to really worry about stuff crashing. Zatara, you did a decent bit of work with that laser, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's pretty dang easy to get used to using?
Oh yeah, for sure. I want to say it takes like 10 milliseconds, and it's very quick for especially prototyping this year. If you guys didn't know, this year we made a prototype um, similar. So we called it the Wrangler. It's basically just from it's 118. Sorry, not 118. 148's buddy climbing mechanism from 2018, in which they kind of, I guess, intaked a robot from their bumpers, right? And what I'm trying to get at is basically for our prototype for creating a Wrangler so we could buddy climb, we actually just went to their public CAD and just straight up took the DXF files, slapped it right into the kind of a printer, sorry, the laser cutter, and we just replicated it one on one and then started testing that, right? So this year, laser cutter was very efficient for helping us prototype very quickly. I believe we actually got that in the first day. In the first day.
Next question.
All right, great. So the next question is, when do you switch from prototyping many varied designs to CAD for more specific prototypes?
So it's not a very rigid process. So we'll switch a prototype to CAD once we're fairly confident in our parameters. get all the dimensions, just throw them into a CAD thing, and actually start putting it onto a robot and InDesign. Sometimes that process can take a while. It basically depends on how difficult it is to prototype. If it's something that's really quick and easy to get the prototype figured out, it goes pretty quick, and sometimes we can be done with that in the first week and a half, easy. Some things will take weeks to really fully nail down, but in that process, it tends to get narrowed down so that it's we know like the general shape and form, so we can start committing that to where it's going to go in the robot. But we still need to figure out the last details of how we're actually going to build the dang thing. Generally, we try and have prototypes finished by week 2 or 3. Like 3 would be the long running ones, like really annoying to prototype shooters. I would put in that category that tends to last that long. Most intakes we have prototyped rather thoroughly by the end of the second week, and we're at that point generally very confident in putting them into the robot designs. Think there's anything else to add to that, Zatara?
I think that basically covered it. I know specifically from experience, I would just send it to actually become made or fabricated once we're I guess once I was confident that this will work, right? I don't know if it works yet, we'll keep prototyping on it, and once I think it's finally ready, I'll actually get it out to be set and made, right? So whenever you think it's ready to go, that's when we actually get it fabricated.
Okay, question 3.
Great. So our next question is, can you build off the actual physical model of the prototype and remake it into a robot?
Sometimes we do. But that pretty much never happens unless we're doing a very advanced prototype where we're making very specifically fabricated components to make a near finished mechanism. This is certainly possible for a lot of teams to do it that way. It's just not the way that we typically approach it. 5458 is the other team that I mentor, and they're a little bit closer to that method. They'll make a general basic prototype, and then often the next more advanced or the one down the line after that is something that they're actually building onto a robot base, and then that stays an actual mechanism of their robot. So it just depends on how you're manufacturing your prototypes and how you are implementing them onto some sort of base. I think that's about what I have for that. If you have any clarifications, you can re-ask for that as a question, and we'll swing back around to that if you need any more clarification. Let's go with question 4.
All right, so our next question is, how do you engage new members of the team in more prototyping?
So we do the prototyping challenges, and so the groups that we have for prototyping, we have our experienced lead team member that's sort of shepherding the whole process, and then we have all the other members. So our new members are always still a part of that. We generally split them up by experience, and they are an integral part of each of these prototyping teams. So a lot of the time before kickoff goes into doing several months of training on both how to operate the machines in the shop as well as how to use all of our hand tools and just sort of the basic stuff. So basically they're always included and always trying to help. And we'll move them around as is needed to make sure that they're being utilized. Some prototypes do take a lot more people, and sometimes we'll move some of our members over. And the newer members are the ones that typically are there to help fill out numbers and hands so that there's enough people that can actually be brought to task. Go ahead and question 5.
All right, great. So our next question is, how are you able to implement prototyping virtually this year with COVID restrictions?
So that's going to be Zatara.
Yeah, dibs on that one. I'm gonna be honest. We're still working on kind of the logistics of how we're actually going to set up some at-home prototyping challenges. But we're thinking,
I'll be right back.
right? That's all good. We're kind of thinking of handing out some kits to our kids, like deliver them to their homes, and whatever that challenge would be, just include some materials so they can actually assemble, maybe say a project, given I guess the things that they've got, right? This is a very simple answer, but I guess I can kind of talk about what our hardware kids have kind of been up to for training this year, right? So every year, sorry, in previous years, we actually have just kind of one big hardware general team, right? And eventually we'll have kids break up into specialties like fabrication, prototyping, and electrical, right? So for kind of like the past 2 months, what we've just done is not broken that up yet. And we've just kind of had all aspects of training just kind of come together and just teach them to be kind of one sign up super student, right? So what I kind of mean by that is that for all hardware kids, regardless of whether they want to kind of specialize in fabrication or electrical right now, we're kind of making sure that all those kids will be training in kind of the design, or sorry, in Onshape, or just kind of how to design something, right? So basically, what I'm trying to get at is that we're trying to take advantage of this kind of different season to cross train everyone and kind of teach everything that we can, right? Some other plans that we've got in the future are to actually get our kids to have some hands-on projects. Maybe that would be like a hand tool project where they make something, or just something where they can even work on some bench working skills. Yet to do that, but in the time being, we basically have just been kind of giving lectures. We've had students kind of give examples of how they actually go about doing things. But yeah, hopefully that gives you some insight for what we've been up to in the past few months.
Great. And then our next question is, how can you be more creative in a design?
I can take the middle on this one, Devin.
Yeah. I'll see if I can
basically
have any ideas to add to it.
Gotcha. I think the first thing that comes off the top of my head is design for the machines that you have, obviously, right? You're not going to make a mill part with some wiggity wacky, like, I don't know, some pattern that the machinist obviously cannot follow, right? So basically, what I'm just trying to say is design for your machine, right? For a mill, for example, please make
or hand tools if that's all you have.
Yeah, or hand tools. Make like 2 parts if you have a mill. Make lathe parts if you have a lathe. And I think some ways we kind of get creative is by restricting ourselves to what we call COTS components, or COTS parts or components off the shelf stock, right? And what those are obviously things like bolts, or maybe just like parts that we don't fabricate in-house ourselves, but we buy from, I guess, vendors or manufacturers, right? We design towards them and what they can make for us, right? So one example of that would be a bearing block. One way we can go about designing a drivetrain is by maybe we can make our own bearing block, but if there's already a bearing block that exists in the world, we can just kind of buy that and work towards designing around COTS components, right? And we also like designing around COTS components because their tolerances are going to be 10,000 better than ours that we make in-house, and that it kind of limits you to what you will be able to design, right? Anything you'd like to add on, Devin?
So in general with creativity, it's hard to address how you just have creativity in design, but just creativity in solving your problems is certainly very valuable. It's just trying a lot of different things, but also a lot of it should be relying on past knowledge and just how to modify it into a more effective solution for what you're trying to solve. Because anything you can do to save time on complexity of just the process helps you overall become more effective at solving a challenge. So if you know, okay, rolly grabbers work really well with this type of game piece, you go, okay, let's try rolly grabbers, and then just focus on how you're using the rolly grabbers rather than figuring out what style of mechanism you're going to do for that type of thing. So just narrowing it down so that you're only picking parts of it that you're working with. Next.
All right. So our next question is, do designers produce a detailed sketch of the parts for the catters, or is it the catters, or is that for the catters to produce?
So
So
that's part of the prototyping process. So you have to document all of the dimensions so that they can work off of that. Zatara, if you want to fill in a little bit extra on this.
that was basically what I was going to say. But yeah, it's usually people prototyping who will supply the information for the actual for the actual designer. That's basically it for that. Next
Yeah.
question, Carolyn.
All right. So our next question is, do you guys use the "Do the Math, Save the World" stickers?
Of course, 2018 robot.
We have, yeah. I don't think we have a stockpile where we can keep using them each year, but we definitely have put them on robots. Next.
All right, great. So let's do one more question. Do you guys weld anything on your robot?
Aha. We do not. I really hate welding robots for a number of reasons. One, welding can be a very time-consuming process, and it takes a decent bit of skill. There are teams that do it and do it successfully, but it's not a good fit for our strategy because we like hole patterns and pop rivets because it makes it real easy to change stuff all the time, move stuff around, and it just makes it more versatile. Whereas with welding, it's welded. It's very hard to take it apart at that point. The only thing I would honestly ever consider welding if we did it on 1678 would be drivetrain. We have welded stuff in the last couple years because we had no other way to successfully make a part that could withstand the forces. The what was it? The 2018 hook, I believe it was. Yeah, the 2018 hook. Man, the pandemic's really making all of this stuff blur. So the tube that went across had the hook in the middle and the two pegs at the end welded onto it around the radius. Because we could not come up with a way to make that part strong enough with tube, hole pattern, and rivets without it just shearing everything. I believe we also welded a part last year. Trying to think. Maybe not. So yeah, if you guys want any clarification about how I feel about welding, that's the gist of it. It's just it's a lot of process that we don't want to deal with. Next question.
All right, so it actually looks like we're coming to a close with our presentation. If there are any questions that you have unanswered, go ahead and you can email. You can go ahead and email hardware@citruscircuits.org or lasgato@gmail.com, and your questions can be answered there. But let's just say
So
thank
the
you
last
to
email is mine specifically.
yeah. So let's just thank Zatara and Devin for presenting about fabrication and prototyping today, for making such a great presentation for you guys. It would be great if you guys can also check out the YouTube live chat. There was also sent out a link for a feedback survey for you guys to fill in about how this presentation went, and it would be great if you guys can fill that in. But with that being said, let's thank our presenters, and that'll be all for our presentation. Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, thanks for tuning in. My name is Logan. I'll be your moderator for Building a Better Scouting System panel. If you have any questions, make sure to ask them in the chat. And without further ado, let's have our panelists introduce themselves with what their favorite robot is.
All right, good morning, guys. My name's Eric Klein. I'm a mentor for Team 2412 based out of Bellevue, Washington, which is just across the water from Seattle. I'm currently studying over here in Boise, Idaho, but I've previously worked as the scouting lead, business lead, and team captain of Team 2412. My professional experience, as well as with an FRC, is primarily in sales, scouting management, and scouting development. Strategy development. And I'm super excited to be here. As far as favorite robot, I guess it's probably a recency bias, but I got to go with 2019's, 6443's 2019 robot. That little guy running across the field was just so cute to see, and it's a perfect example of managing your team's abilities while still kicking butt out there.
And next we have Ethan Talbert.
Yeah, I am a senior on 1678, the current leader of the scouting sub team on 1678. I have my main expertise on in developing our scouting system so far has been the Python server. So if you're unfamiliar, that's mostly our calculations of metrics. I was the main contributor on our predictions for the past couple of years. And I've also been a part of our strategy sub team for the past couple of years. So I've been in several pickless meetings. The scouting code and my contact information is right there. As for favorite robot for me, that's a pretty hard question. I never got to see it in person, but I really liked 2767's 2019 robot. I just really liked watching that thing move around the field. It was really it was really interesting to watch with all the suction and everything. Yeah.
Finally, we have Psycheron.
Hi, my name is Saikaran Ramanan. I'm a mentor on Team 3476 Code Orange. I've been with the team since 2015, I believe. I'm currently the drive coach and a scouting strategy mentor, and a lot of what I focus on is helping kids develop our scouting systems. I'm an electrical engineer for Northrop Grumman in my regular day job. So this is a lot more fun for me when I get to talk about scouting and strategy. So thank you, Citrus and 2073 and everyone here for having me. And my favorite robot, it's probably 469 2013. But if we want something more recent, 5026 2018 is one of my favorite intakes of all time. But I guess that's a bit more recent.
And like I mentioned before, I'm Logan Wong. I am part of Team 2073, and I will be your moderator for this panel. So the first question is for Ethan Talbert. What do you do to maximize the user experience?
Okay, it looks like I'm starting this off. This is a very deep question. In order to maximize user experience, I think a lot of what we do in terms of UI and in order to maximize user experience, both on the input end, which is our scouts, and based off of the visualization end, which is the people reading our data, like our match strategist and the people at our pickless meeting, a lot of it is simplicity, at least coming from our philosophies. What that means is that we're trying to limit the amount of data that we're collecting on the scout end and limit the amount of data that is shown to the people who are reading the data, whether it be the match strategist or the pickless people. And what that does is it on the scout end, if they have to track less data, then that means that they're going to track it more effectively, and it's going to be more accurate data. And on the visualization end, if there's less data for them to look at, then they can make more succinct decisions and not be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of data that is given to them. So I think a key thing to take out of what we do to maximize user experience is simplicity. I'd like to hear what the other panelists have to say about this too.
Yeah, Oh, sorry. I can definitely give my input on this one. So I think Ethan hit like the nail on the head with a couple of different things, right? I think one is like separating this question in what the scouts like see when they're trying to like collect the data, and like what the people who are trying to process the data see, right? So on the scouting end, I think he also like nailed it when he said that you want to try to like minimize the amount of inputs, right? Because if you have like too many things, it can get overwhelming for scouts, and if you get garbage data in, that means you're getting garbage data out, right? So you want to maximize how well you're able to like get your data in and be able to process that, right? So you want something that's intuitive. You want something that's going to be easy for scouts to follow and like check during the match. You want something that's going to be easy to verify during a match, right? So that's like kind of some of the things you try to do on your input end. But on your output end, something that we try to do a lot are instead of displaying raw numbers, right? We like have visualizations. So it's just like very obvious to see different things. So like, for example, like we graph like game pieces per match, right? So we can easily see if like there's a dip, we know that they were like either defended or they like broke or something. So that like helps us make decisions later on. And that's just like super simple and super easy to see and like not too hard to create like in Excel or in a web format or Python or whatever.
Yeah, I'll jump in on this one too. So I won't try and repeat what they said. I think simplicity is absolutely the way to go. When it comes to data input, something as simple as a whiteboard where you're just ticking off how many game pieces scored is plenty for a lot of teams out there, especially if you have a smaller scouting team. And they're right. More accurate scouting data is going to be more helpful to you than a ton of scouting data that you're probably not going to use anyway. When it comes to data output, at least 2412, we like to do two things. We have the simplicity end where we have some sort of equation that we've built throughout the season to create pick lists for us. So that when we're going out on the field, we kind of have something pre-prepared to like tell us like, these are the robots that are going to be a good fit with us. And these are the good robots that are going to be a good fit with us and another team that hypothetically picked us, or that we picked, excuse me. And so that's really helpful. But when it comes to like out on the field, we trust our scouts, our lead scout, to know what they're looking at. And so we do give them all the data that we find relevant. So when it comes to like game pieces scored on average, climb rate, stuff like that, we want to have that like right there ready to go. So if something is changing on the field, if we're going up against a particularly tough alliance, they have all the data necessary just to look at right on their Excel spreadsheet. As far as data visualization goes, it's certainly helpful to have to make quick and easy evaluations. We tend to prefer just ranking the teams based off of their ability in each respective field that we like. But data visualization just takes that a one step further, and I think it's absolutely the right decision for teams out there.
That's everything.
Yeah. You can go.
Everything we have.
I was gonna say.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next question. How should the budget and workforce of a team affect the type of scouting system they pursue?
I guess I can kind of talk about this, or like I think Citrus also has like an interesting perspective on this because I think we're talking before this, and it sounds like Citrus like pursued a bunch of different things, right?
Yeah. I mean, something that we've done in the past is we've built a much simpler scouting system in order to like simulate what it's like for a if you don't have the development resources or the like the budget for scouting, like a full electronic scouting system. There's a lot simpler methods that we've implemented in the past. Yeah. Cycron, did you want to say anything? Or did you want to start us off at this one? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think the discussion that we're having, right, is like I think both of our teams have played with like a couple of different options, right? So actually, just to start this off, right? Like for us, we have a web-based system, and we kind of have since 2015. So it's like a web app, right, that we have running on a server. We've tried like running it on a local server at competitions. We've tried like having kids bring their phones to like connect to the internet, using like 4G or whatever, right? Not like a Wi-Fi network. And I think that obviously, like having a pen and paper system with Excel is going to be like the lowest cost and the lowest maintenance required, I believe, right? But that introduces its own like complexities later on. But I don't know if it's actually, you could probably develop like a more high tech system, right, with like tablets or like a website sort of thing for fairly cheap, right? Um, and I know that like Ethan, what we're talking about, like I think like last week, right, was something about how like you all have tried a lot of different things, and it's an interesting point where like at a certain point it's not about like the resources and budget you have, right, but it's like more of what feature set works for you, right?
Yeah. A lot of it is what you think you need and what you really need in terms of like uh in terms of features on the output end. Like if you don't need specific data, then you don't need to scout for it. And I think a good example of that on our system, where we reduced complexity, or I guess increase for complexity for one season, was in 2018. 2018 was the first season that we started tracking times. And the reason we started tracking times of placements and stuff was because we found out that a very good metric to see how like teams would do at the champs level is the amount of cubes that they could place on the scale by a certain time in the match. And that increased the complexity of our system. It didn't increase the like complexity of the UI on the scout end, because they didn't have to track the time. It was all tracked internally on the tablet, but it definitely increased the complexity of our system overall. So I think a lot of how complex a system that you want to make is dependent on what data you think is important. And I think that's also related a lot to the hardware and software that you choose when making a system, because some software is definitely better equipped to do something like that than other software.
That makes sense. Eric, I'm actually like interested in hearing like your pipeline of technology, right? Like how do you guys scout in general?
Yeah, I mean, when I joined 2412 back in 2015, something like that, we were 5 to 10 person team. Our scouting consisted of our team captain sitting in the stands with OneNote open, just furiously typing like qualitative notes about the teams he saw. And that's frustrating, being there and not having enough people to actually effectively scout. And so for the smallest teams out there, I would recommend just talking to some of the bigger teams in your area and seeing if they're willing to help you out or collaborate. And most of the time they will be willing to. By the time I was in senior year, we were a 60 person team, and we had a full-fledged scouting team, and we had a process in line. And we didn't have something super complex. We were a pen and paper Excel spreadsheet type of scouting team. Through the year, we would kind of talk about what are the important metrics, what is our robot going to look like, and what are we going to be looking for in an alliance, and what kind of role are we playing? Are we a defensive bot? Are we a second? Or are we a first pick type of robot? Or are we an alliance captain out there? And so we try and put the systems in place on Excel as early as possible, and then we just develop a very simple piece of paper with a plastic cover over it and give everyone markers, and we put them in the stands for maybe 8 matches at a time, and just have them collect down the data. And so it's very much it's a small part of our team in the fact that it doesn't take up very much time through the season. It's maybe 1 or 2 people developing the software on Excel, and that's it. A competition, it keeps everyone engaged. They don't get burned out because they're only doing it for a couple matches, and it's very simple for them to keep up with. There's also nothing to go wrong because it's just pen and paper. So we do like that process. As far as like budgeting, we've never spent $1 on our scouting software, and I for a lot of teams that's totally okay. I think for the most part you're getting very similar results when you're talking about like an Android system versus just a pen and paper system. For teams out there that want to give their students an extra challenge, that really want to like push themselves to learn something new, I think it's absolutely a cool thing to go for. But don't feel pressure to like overcomplicate your system just for the sake of having something on a phone.
That makes sense. There's like actually I'm curious to like um, I'm always curious in season, like when our kids are developing the software and system, like I'm wondering if they're taking too much time or they're like not taking enough time, right? Like how much time do your teams like take to develop your system, right? Is it like a rolling basis from the beginning of season? Is it like full time? Because like for us, right, like are a lot of our scouting and strategy kids who develop the system like are also like programming kids or also like prototyping kids, right? So sometimes I feel like bad when we have to pull them away from that to work on the scouting system. But I'm curious to hear like, for your Excel spreadsheet, how long does that take to make? And for Citrus's like 18 billion, different really cool things, right? How long does that take?
Right. Yeah, no, it's a great question. It's gonna vary from year to year, but as far as like putting programmers on it versus dedicated scouting people, the people that are developing these Excel spreadsheets are typically not going to be programmers. They're going to be people that are dedicated towards the scouting part of the team, and that's going to be a small portion of the team. But the Excel spreadsheet, at least for us, doesn't change drastically from year to year. They usually do spend a good bit of their time researching new systems that we could take advantage of, and we oftentimes do. And so things like Tableau is something they do spend a majority of the year kind of like looking into and seeing if it's something we want to implement. Unfortunately, I got a bit cut off because of the weird wonky last season. But as far as like actual time in Excel, the initial development process back in, I want to say 2017, I sat down for, I don't know, I want to say maybe like 50 combined hours and develop that spreadsheet. And since then, we just tweak it year to year to make sense for what kind of data we're tracking. But the same process is still kind of there, and the same data collection and data output is going to be very similar. So it's not a huge amount of time. I would say we spend far more time having our scouts sit down with the spreadsheet and with the pen and paper and practice on matches, usually week 0 matches. And they watch them live and they scout them, and we come out with data and we do a full mock the scouting meeting, and they talk it out, and we have everything all practiced out, so there's nothing to go wrong at competition. Exactly.
Yeah. 1678's experience for how much time we spend on developing our scouting system is going to be very different than I'm guessing a lot of teams watching this, just because our size of our team. Currently we have around 100 students, I'm pretty sure. So we have a ton of resources in terms of members of our team. So we can afford to have people who are full-time developing the scouting system. It's quite a large sub-team. I believe we have about like 20 in the 20s how many developers we have full-time working on our scouting system. That's partially just because of the way that the sub-team structure on 1678 works. People who work on scouting also work on strategy, also work on chairmans. But yeah, I would say that those people are working full-time on our scouting system. And it's a lot of effort that we put into our scouting system, but we feel like it's worth it just because our scouting has yielded us some pretty good results in terms of picks and stuff.
I mean, a division since 2013, right? That's what scouting gets you.
Yep.
All right, so there's a question from the chat that's asking, how useful do you find your scouting data for your drive team during competition before draft night?
I can start out with that, I guess. I mentioned I'm also drive coach on 3476, and I didn't start out that way. I was like the scouting mentor, so I always wanted to explore different ways that drive team could use that data more. I'm always interested in like hearing what other teams do and what people do. But for us, I think what's interesting, right, is like we tried like a couple different ways. Because our website is like live and on the internet, right? Like I can just pull out my phone and take a look at the data like just as soon as it gets uploaded, right after a match ends, which is always very useful to be able to like just easily see like what's going on with the team. Did they break last match? Like what their autos look like, all that kind of stuff. So our drive team uses it to try to like evaluate like what our alliance can do in a match, right? And it's also like a good sort of thing to say like, I think a good example of this, right, is in like 2018, where if a team, when we're trying to figure out like who's going to like place on the scale, who's going to work on the switch, who's going to work on the opponent switch, we can like pull out like a graph for a team and say like, hey, you guys in this match, like we're able to score like 5 cubes on the opponent switch. Instead of like going to the scale this time, do you want to just, work on that opponent switch? Because that seems like that worked really well for y'all. So we try to use that to tailor like the match strategy for a team live. But I think something more recent that's worked for us too is our head scout like sends a Slack message to our entire drive team, like kind of like as a prep report saying like, here's who you're with in this match, here's who you're against in this match, like here's what I think you guys should do, but like obviously feel free to change it up. So that's how we kind of we try to like actively incorporate our scouting data and our scouting students within our match strategy.
Yeah. The mention of 2018 as in terms of match strategy and scouting reminded me of something, and it's a very good example of something that we've done in the past. In 2018, you got an RP for getting all 3 robots across the starting line and placing a cube on the switch. So one of the best things that we've done with our viewer of the data in the hands of the match strategist is that they can see what teams are crossing that starting line 100% of the time, what teams are crossing it like 80% of the times, and if there's a team that hasn't crossed it yet. And that's a really good metric for us to have because it lets us know if there's a team on our alliance that possibly could use some help writing a simple auto code that could go across the starting line. And that's helped our strategy a lot, especially during the 2018 season. I believe 1678 in our division in Newton, we never missed any of the secondary RPs in that entire competition. The only reason we didn't seed first was because we lost some matches. So yeah, I think that's a really good example of stuff that you can use. The match strategy can use during the competition of the scouting data. Other stuff they use, they can also look at like how many game pieces your alliance usually scores. Tailor alliance strategy to that. Yeah.
Ethan, I'm actually curious. Does Citrus Service like use your scouting data to see like who might have broken and all that kind of stuff? Because Citrus Service like does a lot of really good stuff out there where like they go to teams and help them like work like every team, right? Like not teams that you're just with, like teams that you're against, everyone, right? Is that like a part of their process?
A lot of their process is like without the use of scouting data, just because they go around and mostly help teams that ask them to help. But a lot of the time when we have scouting data for a team that shows that they like haven't crossed the starting line yet in the competition, and they haven't contacted us yet, I believe usually the Citrus Service can go up to them, ask them like, "Oh, do you need help with creating something like that?" And I think that's just a good example of it. And I think that's happened in the past. And that's another good use of scouting data is on the side of Citrus Service.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I'll jump in here. I think Psych hit the nail right on the head. What 2412 does is a couple matches before we are up on the field, our lead scout or one of our lead scouts will put together a little piece of paper with the alliance we're with, the alliance we're going up against, and we'll put all of our data, even our team's data, down on the piece of paper. So they have it right there. We also put a recommended match strategy, and we have that lead scout go down to the drive team and talk individually with the whole drive team as well as the drive coach and kind of talk through how the match should go and what all the robots should and shouldn't be doing. When it comes to getting close to the alliance selection, I would say 3 or so matches before, that recommended strategy is getting a little bit more I don't want to say harsh, but specific in the fact that you kind of know where you're going to be ranking. And so you're going to know what kind of robot you're going to be looking like in the alliance selection. And so if that means you're ranking lower, you're probably going to be, the recommended strategy is going to be more like defense. And you need to show off that you can play that defensive role. If the data is showing that you are the best high goal shooter in the competition, then you should continue showing that off. That way your sales guys that are running around and talking to top 5 teams can show off that data and say, hey, look what we're doing. And we have a match coming up. We're going to be doing high goal shooting right there. Check it out. That really helps kind of the whole process come together. And your drive team needs to be on the same team and same page as your scouting team, which is on the same team as your sales team, because your sales team needs to be pushing what your drive team is going to be doing. And that's really important for those lower ranked teams out there that want to get picked really high.
So I think someone mentioned about collecting efficient data. Someone asked, what are some data fields generally not recommended to collect for efficient data collection that people may add when developing their scouting system?
I think I can start us off with this one. Some examples of stuff that we have purposely omitted in the past in terms of collection. There's the occasional year where we collect where a team is scoring from, and it completely depends on the year. But in this past year, in 2020, we omitted where each team was scoring from the main scouts, and we left it to be a note that the some of the strategists would take, just because it's hard for a scout to both look like track on the field where a team is shooting from, and also track to make sure that all 5 balls went in, and if not, track how many balls actually did go in. That's just the first thing that came to mind in terms of data not recommended, at least on our behalf.
I guess I can go. So I can like divide this up into 2 places, right? So one, I think, yeah, Ethan pretty much said everything for like in match stuff. I know he mentioned. I know some teams like have had success in the past, like evaluating like how many game pieces like a team has picked up or whatever. We generally don't do that because we find it's like too much information for the scouts to get. We try to keep everything pretty streamlined and like for very specific instances, right? So if there's like anything like super specific in a game, we try to like relegate that to the comments, right? Because we want our scouts to be writing a lot of very detailed comments that we can look back on. But kind of shifting the question a bit, I think it's also interesting to talk about this from like pit scouting, right? Because I don't know how everyone here feels about pit scouting. I think that's a different like question and discussion. But I think like we've all had the experience where like a team comes up to the pit and they're like, okay, how many motors do you have? Like what kind of wheels do you have? How many wheels do you have? You don't need any of that, right? There's a lot of stuff that people ask when pit scouting that you can either get from watching matches or that you just flat out don't need, right? Generally for us, what we do is we just get a picture of the robot and we count the amount of we figure out how many batteries a team has in their pit, because that's generally a pretty good sign of how competition ready a team is, right? And how limbs worthy a team is. And it's also like a good thing, like if you're in a limbs with them, right? If they need to borrow a battery from you guys or not. But I don't know if you need anything else from pit scouting, maybe other than that, like what programming language they used, just in case you like have like a citrus service, sort of thing or something like that you can use to like help a team, write an auto. But I don't think you need anything else from that.
I would actually a little bit disagree, and I think it comes down to different styles of how teams operate. The pit scouting for 24-12, and at least with a lot of the teams that I'm familiar with, is one of the most important parts of what we do. And we try and collect as much data from the start as possible and try and compare that to what their actual results look like on the field. And so when it comes to motors, at least, least the FRC is moving in the direction that defense is increasingly more and more important, I would argue, and so having effective drive bases and effective motors is going to be a good indicator of whether or not they're going to be able to play defense for you reliably and effectively. That being said, on-field performance is the important part. If they can't produce what their robot should hypothetically be able to do, then what does it matter? And so we try and use the pit scouting data as kind of a multiplier effect. So when we go to that scout talk, the night before qualifications start, not qualifications, line selection. We try and kind of look like, here's what they said, here's what they're doing on the field. Is that kind of adding up? Yeah, it is. Okay, we should move this team higher manually, and we do that. As far as efficient data collection, it's going to really depend on what your team wants out of a robot. It can be, if there's something that you guys really want in a robot, then you guys should be collecting data for that. In general, I just recommend keeping track of how much people are scoring. I think is the most basic way to recognize what teams are good at what. Other than that, yeah, I mean, it depends. 24/12 doesn't track how often a team fails at doing something. We just keep track of how often they do it successfully. I know some teams definitely do keep track of how often game pieces are dropped or shots are missed. That just, for us, is too much data to try and keep track of, and is inconsequential if they're still scoring just as much either way. But yeah, and going back to pit scouting briefly, even if you don't gain value from the data you're getting from that pit scouting, I still think there's a lot of value in the relationships you build when you talk with teams at length about their robot, because people love talking about themselves and people love talking about their robot. And so when you're there for 3-5 minutes, kind of having a fluid conversation, don't go through a list, please. Those are the most annoying interactions. Have a conversation about the robot, and when you leave, you're going to have good data that you can use in a scouting meeting, but you're also going to have a new friendship, hopefully.
I think that's a pretty good point about having the kids who are doing pit scouting build relationships. I think that's something that we try to I mentioned that we only have 3 questions that we ask, but that's something we have comments for, and we try to encourage the kids to learn about the robots, right? So they can actually have fun, make new friends, and build those kinds of relationships. But going back to drive bases and trying to evaluate that, right? So in the past we have tried to see how what kind of wheels they have and motors they have correlates to on-field performance. I think this is an interesting point, but it's something that has been going on the last couple of years in FRC, or not the last couple of years, it's always been going on, but not picking a team based off of how they play defense in matches and what they're theoretically able to do, but based off their driving capabilities and ability. Right? Because sometimes there's a robot that only plays offense and they don't have the best mechanism, but their drivers are on point, right? And if they don't seed high, they might be a perfect defense bot, even if they don't have, even if they're just a kit bot with standard motors and standard wheels, right? But if their driver is on point, right? That's something that you can coach on field to help even if it's their first time playing defense, that you can make them, be a premier defender in that event.
I totally agree on that front. And you're right. I think I left that out of kind of what I was saying. It does come down to driver's ability is going to be the biggest indicator of whether or not they're a good defensive bot or not. I've seen McKinnon bots go out there and kick butt at defense and be absolutely the best defensive bot of the competition, because their driver just knows how to be in the way. And that's the biggest part of being a good defensive bot, is being in the way of them, running it back and forth across the field. So the motors are not the only indicator. It's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Coming from the perspective of scouting defense, I know it's something that 1678 has tried a lot and failed probably several times. It's pretty hard to track how good a robot will be at defense just based off what they do on the field, just because, as Cycron was saying, a lot of the good defensive robots at the competition aren't going to be playing defense in qualifications pretty much at all, unless you specifically say hey, could you play defense? We want to see how well you do it. But that is like not something that is something that you want to do to teams a lot of the time. So we've tried a lot to like find a good metric for defense, and a lot of it I've in the pickless meetings comes down to what they're how good they are at driving, which is something that our scouts qualitatively track during the competition, and also how many like motors they have sometimes. But a lot of it comes down to how well they drive, at least in our defensive like metrics.
One of my favorite things is I think someone mentioned their favorite robot being Strike Force in 2019, right? They were like this premier top tier offensive robot, but they were the number one pick at IRI, or sorry, they were the first pick of the second seed at IRI 2019, and they only played defense in the limbs, which I thought was like really fascinating and like a really cool like analysis of high level picking and strategy, right? Where they were picked for the defensive ability, even though like they basically never played defense, but like they knew that they'd be like amazing defenders because swerve and all that kind of stuff, right? I think they played defense a couple of times, but I think that's like a different picking discussion. I'm actually curious, Ethan, right? Because I think that Citrus is the team that does the you rank how well a team drives like in a match, right? Like 1 through 6 or whatever. Right, you're trying to like figure out who's like the best driver in that match and the worst driver. Is that true?
It's by alliance. Generally, what we do is we track speed and agility. It's changed a lot over the years of what we track, but it's an ordinal ranking of like this team on this alliance is the most agile by our own interpretation of the match, and this team is the least agile. And we do analysis on that whole ordinal ranking based off of like all of those scores together, and we put out one metric based off of I believe it's the Z scores that we calculate.
That's really interesting. Like that's something that I've always been like interested in us trying to incorporate in our system, but we've always kind of fallen short of that. So you use the Z scores. I assume that you would just like find the averages, but I think Z scores is an interesting, like you get a normal distribution, you're trying to figure out like who's in the middle and like who's at the tails. That's super cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I like the idea. I'd love to like. I know like it's always like weird to see teams scouting data, right? Because like it's there's always like the it might not always be accurate and all that kind of stuff. But I'm always interested to see like what that would look for a certain event, or like how that would look for a certain event, or like I would assume that like the top tier offensive robots, right, would like be trending towards the top of that, right? But I wonder like where you'd start seeing like the robots that aren't as good as offense on that list. But I guess that's like a different discussion.
Yeah. I mean, it's generally biased towards like the most offensive teams at the competition. Like we play with 1323 a lot. Like they're almost always the top on the driver ability score metric that we have. But we've found that it does generally yield a lot of good teams that are good at driving and are usually pretty good at defense. Yeah.
So Eric mentioned how he was on sales for his team. How much does a team take into consideration the sales pitches teams make prior to alliance selections?
Yeah, I love this question. And like most things we're talking about today, it's going to heavily depend on what kind of team you are, at least from my perspective. I mean, sales pitches come infrequently from what I've seen, at least in the PMW. You very rarely get teams that have an effective enough process to go around and talk to your top teams at a competition and effectively sell themselves. That being said, when I do get a team that comes up to the pit and wants to talk alliance selection and they are ranked 30th, 35th, and they're struggling a little bit, and they put together an effective presentation about why that is, I am so willing to hear that out and bring that to the scouting lead and talk about that. because they're able to talk really well does not mean their robot is going to perform really well, and you have to be cognizant of that, because you can't get lulled into someone who's a really good presenter. That being said, there are legitimate reasons why teams struggle early in competitions, but they're still good picks for alliance selection. There's also, talk about good defensive bots don't always play defense, and so if they want to come around and talk about how they spent 40 hours training their drivers to do defense, and their drive base is ready to go, and they're going to play defense during match 67, so we should watch that. You should be willing to hear it out. On the flip side of things, this isn't really what the question asked, but sales is super effective, especially if you're a struggling team. But no matter what kind of team you are, unless you're the first seeded team, you should be talking to a lot of other teams in the competition and selling your guys' ability. You have all the data in hand, and so you should take it there and show off what you've done well. And hopefully at your scouting meeting, you've talked about what kind of robot you're going to be in the line selection, and that's what your sales team should be pushing to these other teams. And because it is so rare, it's usually pretty effective, even if you're not even if your argument isn't necessarily the strongest in the world. An effective sales presentation is going to give a good tint to your team in the minds of the lead scout when they go out onto the field and they're trying to remember what a good defensive bot is. And there's so many teams there. It really sets you apart when you go do those sales pitches.
Coming from the perspective of a team that's often, well, I wouldn't say often, but sometimes we have had teams come up to us and ask us hey, we did pretty well in this competition. We had a couple tough matches, and we were hoping that you could pick us. A lot of the times, since we as a team have a lot of people who go into our pick list meeting, a lot of the time the decision of how we rank each team on our pick list is not really based that much on what one specific person in that meeting hears. This could be localized entirely to our team, but we haven't had that many times in the past where a team comes up to us and then that has had a super big effect on how the pick list changes. Now, on the flip side, we do track trends in our data, which means that we can see if a team struggled at the beginning of the competition, but they're coming back around and they've scored a ton in the past couple matches, and they're going to be a surprise pick. And we oftentimes, if a team is struggling, if they were high or they dropped in terms of game piece scored per match, or the other way around, then we often go to their pits and ask them about it. Oftentimes it's either they were playing defense for a match, or they were their robot broke down and then they found exactly what the problem was and then they fixed it. A lot of that goes into analysis at picklist night. Yeah.
Ethan, how often would you say a salesperson comes up to 1678 and tries to pitch their team to you?
I don't think I can answer this question the most effectively, because oftentimes it's not people coming up to me, it's people coming up to our lead strategist, which has changed over the years. But of all the teams that have come up to the scouting people in the stands and asked, that hasn't really happened that much, so I can't really give a good answer to that, I don't think.
I can jump in as well. To be honest, I don't think we pay attention to sales pitches. It's hard, right? Because I've been on both sides of that, and it's always really difficult. But we tend to trust our scouts in the data that they collect, and we try to form our opinions based off of what we see and what the scouts see, right? So sales pitches don't really factor in that much. But on the other flip side of that, right, there is something where if a team says hey, we've been like struggling all day, but like check out this next match and check out this auto that we're going to run that we've never run before, right? That's something that we will look at, but it's definitely hard. Yeah.
I completely agree with that. I think that sales pitches that aren't localized on specific matches, like we have, like I've heard, I talk to the match strategists a lot, of course, and those pitches, I don't think they really remember that much going into the pick list night. But if a team comes up to us and is like, we think we're gonna do really well this match because we got this special auto, or we're gonna play defense this match, and we know that you guys are looking for like a defense bot probably for your second pick, then we'll pay close attention to that, make a note, and then that'll have an influence on our pick list night. But in my experience, at least, generally that's more effective than just an overall, hey, we did pretty well at this competition according to our scouting data. We think you guys should pick us for this, and this reason.
Yeah, to picking back off that as well, I think that's like incredibly like a good distinction, right? Localized sales pitches, or like the auto, or like a mechanism that like they think that they've finally gotten working, right? Something like, hey, I know like we haven't been doing good, but check this one out, right? It works a lot better than like, we think we're okay at this event, or like we think you should pick us at this event.
Yeah. One more thing. One thing that at least 1678 has done in the past, this is probably not the most familiar in experience, but in years where we're not seated first in our division, a lot of the times when we appeal to the the team who's ranked first in the division, since we're known for our scouting system, a lot of the time we're like, hey, if you pick us first, then we can make a better pick for second pick and we can have a more informed decision for the second pick. That has worked. Like, it's hard to judge whether they picked us because of the scouting data or because of our robots, but that has happened in our divisions for a couple of years. I know when we appealed to get 118 to pick us in 2017, we said that, and 148 in 2016. But I don't know. I think that's a good thing if you're looking to be picked first, is to appeal with your scouting data.
It's definitely dumb to bet against Citrus at champs, right? I think that's a hard bet to make in good faith. But yeah, actually, on that flip side, right, it's also like very if you're like in the top, like, X number of robots for contention for like first pick or whatever, sometimes it's nice just to like do kind of what I said, right, where it's like, hey, look at this next match. I keep on going back to 2018 as a good example, but 2019 too. I think like at AVR we went up to Citrus and said like check out this next match. We have we're going to be just showing off our like 2-hatch cargo ship auto, right? It wasn't like, hey, pick us, but like, just this is something different that we're trying out, because like the rest of this event we're trying to get rockets into RP, so we're trying to like do our 2-hatch rocket ship auto, right? But this next match, like, this is right before our limbs, we want to show you that this is something that we're capable of doing at least.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I know that Citrus has had a lot of scouting systems over the years. Do you ever reuse part of the scouting system from previous years? Or do you like completely make new scouting systems from scratch every year?
Okay. That really depends on the year. There's been a lot of drastic change in terms of our scouting system, but it has generally stayed the same, I want to say, since like 2015. In terms of the actual software we use for it, we have rewritten at least a major part of the system every year. And in the 2020 system, we had a major overhaul where we changed like most of the parts of the system. It really changes depending on the year. We look back at what went well and what went wrong the previous year, and we're looking to improve, make a more reliable system, make a system that's like not going to break down during competition. Yeah, it really depends on the year.
For us, right, since 2015, like that was kind of when we like wrote that system from scratch, like our web-based system for the first time. And kind of like similarly, I guess, to like Citrus, we try to like there's some of it we try to like at least derive inspiration from the last year, but a lot of it gets rewritten from year to year. But like a lot of like the GUI stuff stays very similar. But we just try something new and different, and I think it like scales appropriately for each year depending on like the skills of our students and like how much time we have.
What database do you use in order to store all your data?
I'm gonna start with this one. This has also changed depending on our system. Most recently in 2020, we started using MongoDB just because we liked how it was. It has an offline system where you can store it on the local computer, and it also has a cloud that we can use for viewing it on the viewer and like the pick list and stuff. In past years, we used Firebase with varying levels of success. Yeah.
For us, we've always used MySQL because we're we use Boomer technology, right? Just raw PHP with JavaScript, and so MySQL works pretty well for like just like regular databases or like regular web servers, just like out of the box. So even when we like run our systems locally, we just like we use software called WAMP. It's like a Windows, Apache, PHP, all that kind of stuff, and like all that usually comes with MySQL, or like an instance of MySQL that you can use. But we've also played around with Firebase in the past, and that's like pretty nice. But we're always looking to expand and like figure out what's the best out there.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add on this one.
I think we don't have that much time left, but how do we best distribute our scouts throughout a competition? I think we touched on this a little bit before, but I just want your take on it.
Well, I'm interested to hear what some of the, we obviously have two other really great successful teams here, and 2412 isn't ranked often in the top four. And so I think our scouts are distributed differently than a top team would necessarily distribute their scouts. But, we try and we have 6 scouts, one for each team, and then we usually have a data inputter and then a data inputter assistant, and then usually the lead scout is in the stands as well. So that's what nine people in the stands at any given time, plus additional students that are just watching that usually help out with the scouting process. And they scout for just a couple matches at a time, and we try and keep burnout really, really low. It gives them an opportunity to go into the pits and get buttons and talk with other teams. The rest of our scouting team, if they're not actually scouting, are going to be in the pits making sales pitches, which is a very big part of how our team operates, it's a little bit unorthodox from my experience, but we really do like our sales pitches. And then other scouts are also going around to teams and doing kind of, when pit scouting is over, they're going to be out there talking to teams about their leadership structure, their business plan, stuff like that, getting information that's not necessarily relevant to that competition. But it gives them an opportunity to make connections with other teams and learn and bring that experience back to our team so we can improve for the next season. So, we are a bigger team. I would, first eliminate the pit scouting type stuff. First, your first priority is making sure you have solid data in the stands. So for those smaller teams out there, just make sure you got 6 people in the stands, keeping track of every single team.
I can go next. So we aren't like the biggest team. So I think like we go from like around like 28 kids to like maybe 40 kids next. But like at regionals, right, we end up like having maybe 10 scouting kids, right? So we try to, or scouting students. So we try to like have at least one scout per team, and then like our head scout, and then we've been trying to like also do like this is something that we've tried to like steal from Citrus, actually, where you have like one scout or one person looking at each alliance. But that's hard for us to do sometimes, especially like when we don't have as many students. At champs, it like changes because not all our students are able to make it to champs. So we end up like trying to partner with like a local team that we know that we're like, hey, you want to scout with us? So we end up like having maybe 6 of our students there, and then maybe a couple of their students, and we like share data and we scout together. Harder to do when you don't have as many kids, but it's definitely we try to like give them breaks, but I don't like it, but like our head scouts end up like staying sitting there like the entire day, right, just calculate, like collecting data and watching every match, and they get really tired, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but they're super dedicated, and we're very grateful for them. But this is something that like we're definitely like by no means good at. We're always trying to figure out how to like schedule better, how to like prevent burnout better for our scouts, and how to like have a healthier scouting culture.
Yeah, of course, 1678 is probably not the most common example in terms of distribution of our scouts, just because we have a ton of kids on our team. We have a ton of kids that we bring to competition specifically for scouting, because we try to have like a specific job just for everyone who goes to competition. We, of course, have the 18 scout system plus the 2 subjective scouts who are all scouting. We also have backup scouts because we want to have consistent breaks that the lead scout is scheduling. We generally don't have that much trouble scheduling our scouts just because we have so many. And even if like one doesn't get back from their break on time, I'm still in the stands watching the system. I can scout. The lead scout generally scouts. Yeah. In terms of if we had a lot smaller of a team and a lot less scouts, definitely make sure first priority is to make sure every match 6 people at least are in the stands, just watching each robot, tracking what they do. I would say that's probably the most important. Also, yeah, breaks are super important to make sure that scouts don't get too tired.
And I think that is all the time we have for today. Is there any way our viewers would be able to contact you guys?
I think if you flip to the last slide on this presentation, there's a contact list.
Yeah, you can always find me on Chief Delphi, or like messaging a team account or anything like that for Code Orange.
Yeah, Chief Delphi is the best way to reach me. I'm super active on there. My username is just my name, so feel free to reach out.
If you want to reach out to me, probably the best way is softwarescouting@citruscircuits.org. It's an email. I think you can find it on our website as well. It's just the word software, the word scouting@citruscircuits.org.
Thank you so much, Logan, for moderating this. This was a lot of fun.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
team members experience life-changing positive growth. Learn how you too can develop your rookie season into a rewarding experience. If you're not a rookie team, you may also pick up a few new tips. As we go through this presentation, feel free to leave any questions you have in the chat, and the presenters will answer your questions throughout the presentation or during the Q&A at the end. All right, I'll pass it on to your presenters, Chris and Letty Olivier.
So, hi everyone, I'm Christopher Olivier, and I'm the team founder for Otterbot 7667, and I was also the captain in 2019.
And I'm Letty Olivier, the administrative mentor who was there from kind of the beginning, but not really until right before kickoff. So we look forward to sharing our information with you. Next slide. So about your presenter, your primary presenter. Christopher may not have all the blue banners. I know there was a funny meme that was floating around when we first got started about how teams such as 254 throw their blue banners along their shelves and store them aside. So Chris doesn't necessarily have that, being that we didn't really get to play a second full season yet. But he does have several years of award-winning projects that he was successfully able to complete. So when people say, well, why is he presenting? He's such a rookie, you know, he's still so new. And he had, I think he, since the age of 9, has been working on community projects, both local and statewide, that garnished the attention of several governmental officials. And so he is successful in what he sets out to do. And so we are here today to share about his steps he took to succeed in his rookie year. Next slide.
So a value statement is something that will guide to the behavior of an organization. So kind of reflecting back on what, or something you can consider is reflecting back on FIRST and FRC and what they are as a whole.
And why this is important, for instance, Christopher had hyper-focused on Woody Flowers and his gracious professionalism. It really was the first time we had heard those two words used together. And so he established and immediately set out to use that statement, that gracious professionalism and the ethos behind it that Woody Flowers and FIRST founders and organizers had put forth since the beginning. And he used those to establish his team values system. And we'll talk about why that's important in the next slide.
So a value statement and mission statements, they are different things, but it's really how your team is going to emulate those values. So kind of reviewing team values of the start of every meeting is something that we did a lot. That way we make sure that everyone knows those values and is able to follow them, especially when we're at competitions.
And an example for that was Christopher would have each team member, along with the mentors who subscribed to wanting to help us, he would have them read and review the team values at the start of every meeting. So sometimes it was a mentor reading them out loud, sometimes it was a student, and we did that at the start of every meeting. And we did that so that we knew that if there was an issue, for instance, you know, especially during build season, the students get really intense on their ideas and how they envision something to happen. And so obviously disagreements come up, and Chris was quick to reframe the situation and remind the students, the team members and mentors to go back to our values. You know, we set out to be a gracious professional team. And so it was really important and very key for our success to always return to following our values, which was hard because we don't necessarily follow values in real life at all times. You know, we don't have our parents saying there, behave, behave, behave. But with the rookie season, I credit the value and mission statement that Christopher established for the team as being paramount. So reading them out front at the beginning of every meeting, reminding students and team mentors when there are issues or negative situations coming up, to return to their value statement. And also what that does is that an example of that was that the students were able to totally return to that in the pits. Like say there was something happening in the pits or on the field. All we had to say is, don't forget, Otterbots are all about, and they would fill in the blanks of value and a mission statement. And we'll talk about mission statement in a little bit. I think we're ready to move on to the next slide.
So, like I kind of hinted towards earlier, a value statement is what kind of guides the spirit of your team so that students and mentors and kind of everyone else that's involved is able to continue to keep that same sentiment and that same kind of ethos within the team. Whereas a mission statement is more so what differentiates you from other teams and other organizations and kind of what makes you stand out.
And I just want to add that the why and how they're different is your mission statement is more of what you turn into what they call in the grown-up world the elevator speech. So when someone says, well, wait, aren't there like 5 FRC teams in the Bay Area? You can say, yes, but ours is, and you share your mission statement. Ours is, and you come up with several words that can differentiate you from the other FRC team and or from other robotic projects. For instance, people always get us confused with the what do you call those robots that fight? Whatever they're called.
BattleBots.
But anyway, BattleBots, thank you. And we quickly throw in our mission statement, and people go, oh, that is different. So that is an example of why your value and mission statement are so important to the success of a team, especially in your first few years, and how they're different from one another, the values and mission statement. Next slide.
So, starting to design your team's mission statement, it really doesn't need to be anything fancy. And the only kind of main requirement is that it remains true to who you are as a team, a school, or a community team, depending on what you are. And our current mission statement is as a diverse community team, our mission is to inspire young minds as well as develop intelligent members of society by encouraging the exploration in areas of science, technology, and teamwork. We are about building up people as much as robots.
And so a mission statement shouldn't be extremely wordy. It has got to be something that the students and the team members and the mentors will be able to memorize. Ours is a bit wordy. And when the team members worked, initially Christopher had a little bit of a longer mission statement. This is our current mission statement. But initially when Christopher established the team, it was a tiny bit more wordier, and the kids worked together to kind of break it down to what they were going to be comfortable saying and repeating and believing in. So it is critical that the team members and or the people starting the team, they're feeling confident in being able to state it without sounding very robotic, like you memorized a script. And they have to believe in it. And it's critical because when you go and talk to your schools about support or teachers as to why you're going to miss a certain amount of time, to be able to share that mission statement, we found with our team members that they memorized it, they were able to rehearse it and restate it. And it really elevated the way people saw Christopher's work and the team's work of trying to ask for funds. They saw that it definitely made the kids stand out more. In regards to the eyes of adults, it made the parents really respect and actually not mind driving their kids across town, for either the start of meetings or pickup of meetings. Sometimes we worked late into the night, and half the times parents would be like, why are you working so long? And then they saw the kids' growth by merely just memorizing and understanding the importance of a mission statement. They begin to own that. And I think that that's what's critical and helped establish the rookie year to be so successful. So again, remember that it's got to be genuine and authentic, and they've got to believe in it so that they practice it. This next slide is all about motivation and how to get motivated new team members and or how to refresh your members if they're not if you're not starting a new team. But for those of us who started a new team, motivation is key. And Christopher will share the first few points on how he was successful in doing this.
Yeah, so the main thing that I noticed made a huge difference in keeping students' motivation and just getting them motivated in the first place was showing examples of other robots and kind of the scope of what this first robotics project is. Because to someone that's new, they don't really know what robotics is and what the project is exactly. So showing robots and competitions of teams that I look up to. So a lot of the time it was 1678, 254, and like those powerhouse California teams. and just showing that really got students motivated and interested in pursuing this project and creating a good robot. So another thing we had done a lot was showing the creation of the team and kind of where it started to where it is at that point. So especially in the first few months of starting a team, there's a lot of changes that happen super, super quickly. So showing the advancement of the team really gets students to realize that creating this big of a project is possible, but it obviously takes a lot of work.
And I would say that one of the biggest, most successful tools Christopher utilized immediately was highlighting that he had the support of an Apple mentor right off the bat. He signed on immediately when Chris approached him. He subscribed for a grant or suggested us for a grant. And we were successful in achieving an Apple grant. And so not being shy of throwing around the fact that you have an Apple mentor or whoever your mentors are, highlight their affiliation to the team, because it screams true support, and community members will see it, families will see it, and they'll say like, wow, you have, like when Christopher advertised, or yeah, I guess advertised or shared publicly that we were successfully selected for the NASA grant, something that we had heard was really hard to achieve. We got it. We recruited a few kids from that. And then once Google, we had an employee from Google approach us and started showing support, coming to our meetings regularly from the Greater Bay Area. And that also helped recruit and kind of elevate our rookie status within our own local community. And then, of course, identifying that they're supporting us, and some of our local sponsors who helped us, using their name, cross collaboration, that sort of stuff. It was really vital in our rookie success. So don't ever overlook them, and always follow up with thank you notes. I think that was key as well. It made them want to continue to support us even after our first season. So next slide.
So the world of robotics has something for everyone. And so personality, strengths, weaknesses, all of those are key into playing in success. So incorporating different members' abilities through our student application, we didn't use our application as a true application of sorts, but more so just a place to gather information about students for when they're interested, or depending on what they are interested in, to work on. So students that said that they are interested in marketing, yes, we'll put them in those positions to do the marketing and the social media and stuff like that, but still give students the opportunity to work on the mechanical, the electrical, the programming, just to see if maybe that's something they didn't know that they were interested in.
And just to highlight on how we picked up on their strengths and weaknesses, most of our kids actually had absolutely zero experience in anything related to robotics, and or even starting on a project from the ground up. So one of our key successes, in my opinion, was that we took the application and looked at them critically. Chris actually utilized his critical skills here, critical thinking skill set, and taught our vice captain Kennedy how to identify where we could take someone's weakness and highlight it and turn it into a positive, because of course he wanted, like his mission statement stated, building up people as much as it is about building robots. And in this case, in doing so, he realized that some of our students were on what they call the spectrum. And one of our students was really frustrated. This is a quick story, but he was really frustrated because he felt excluded to a certain degree. And he was frustrated because, he didn't function well in a very noisy, busy environment, which our workshop was extremely busy and noisy. And so Christopher pulled him aside and said, hey, maybe you can help us help you, and we can help the world of FRC. So together they designed a one page, which you see here on the side. I know it's hard to read here, but you can find it on the team's website. And it's a document titled Our Tips for Supporting a Neurodiversity Culture on Your FRC Team. So this is something they created towards the end of the build season. It would have been handy to have in the beginning of the build season, but it wasn't really feasible, really, because we didn't know each other as well as we did towards the end of build. We did stick to obviously the original 6-week build date. And so towards the end of the 6 weeks of working together, we identified that this particular student, not only did he work differently, but he actually had a lot to teach us. And so we empowered him to put it down on a one-page document to help others similar to him. This was probably one of the most crucial documents that the team created together, or that a few team members created together, because it empowered several of our other students on the team to come forward and say, oh my gosh, this is what I've been struggling with, and I never was able to put it down on paper. So the judges obviously liked it at our first regional, and other team members from other teams approached us and shared how valuable it was. So you can find it on the kids' website, on the robotics website. And it just goes to show that even other weaknesses, student weaknesses, can equal a tremendous success for a rookie season. So don't be afraid to utilize a student application to get to know the students better. And so next slide.
Yeah. So having a business plan is a huge must for any sort of team, whether it's First Robotics or anything else. And some things you can kind of cover within your business plan, or some recommendations, are obviously the mission statement, because that kind of shows how you are different from other organizations, but also an outline of the team's impact and kind of outreach that you've done, along with a summary of the team's growth and future plans for the team.
I'm going to share because I got to say that initially when Christopher started this team, his business plan was well over 342 pages. It was insane. So over time, I think it was between May and November, I asked him to pare it down, because there was no way I was going to read 342 pages. And so he was able to get it down to, I think, 12 pages. And then once we got to Monterey competition, which was our first competition, we heard that a business plan shouldn't be more than 3 pages, I think. And so he struggled that night prior to our first competition to pare it down, and that's how he came up with this list. So I would say that this is a very good outline of what your business plan should entail. And I believe our OtterBots team members have published the last 2 years or last 2 seasons of the business plan, so you guys can check it out there. But every funder, your donors, are going to ask to see where you're going with this. So I would think that I'm just going to echo what Christopher said. The summary of the future of the team is imperative in order for them to want to continue to support you. So don't overlook that, along with your vision and mission statement. So if there are any questions, you guys can let us know. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next slide. You're setting achievable goals for a sustainable team. This is paramount, and I think it's what helped Christopher build such a successful team in his first year. Not only did he set achievable goals outlined on paper, but he continuously talked about how this was going to be sustainable even after he graduated high school. So with that, I think, I'm just going to share a quick story of how he approached this. His goal was, like we said in the beginning, to help students, build up people, individuals, as much as building robots. And I can't echo this any more than when we had one of our first team members that joined us, who stepped up to the vice captain role, was a girl who did not care for school. She struggled in school, did not have the best grades at all. And we were brutally honest with her that this was going to be hard. It was going to be, she was going to learn a lot. And we shared the goals. Chris shared his goals with her, and I think she joined blindly, thinking, yeah, good luck with that. I'm here to make you laugh and keep you breathing and support you in any way I can. But she had no intention of really ever learning to build or do anything. But towards the end of the 6-week build season, her grades went from D's and F's to nearly C's, and I think she even had a B in there. And by the end of the actual robotics season, she had pulled me aside and said, you know how I told you I didn't really care to go to college? Well, do you mind helping me get into at least a community college? What do I need to do? And all of a sudden she's talking about things she wants to do in her future, all stemmed from the experiences of learning that companies do care. The grant writing process was life-changing for her. And she was actually instrumental in us getting a grant from her father's union, which she would have never She said she never would have been comfortable doing a presentation had it not been her time on the robotics team. And that was only, 8 weeks in. So it's truly transformational for these students if you help them draft a sustainable plan, because she had something she could always go back to and review of how and what Christopher was trying to achieve. And so being brutally honest and realistic, but yet dreaming big, are paramount to sustainable and to a successful rookie season. So Chris, I'm going to have you talk about how you approached and how you came up with these 5 items.
Yeah. So with these 5 items, it's obviously I could add so many more on how to keep your team keeping sustainable goals and making them achievable to remain your team, to keep your team sustainable. But the main thing that I would like to really echo is being brutally realistic. So obviously having the goal of rookie all-star and EI and all of these amazing awards in your first year is amazing, but I would recommend just setting your sights on 1 or maybe 2 awards for your first year, because having those few and making sure that you're doing everything you can to strive for those really allows you to focus your time on the requirements for those awards. So right from the get-go, we had set out on wanting to get rookie all-star. So we did everything we could with the somewhat vague description of what rookie all-star is to try and achieve everything that from our understanding of what the award is. So communicating with the team on what is needed and how we can continue to work to try and achieve those goals is pretty important, along with making sure to never drop the ball on something that you made a commitment to. So keeping everything kind of up in the air and keeping track of everything is vital. And the only thing I can recommend for that is taking notes and calendaring things out. And we'll kind of touch on the whole calendar thing a little bit later.
So what makes your rookie team stand out from others? This is something that we kind of stumbled upon. What it comes down to is staying true to who you are, who your team is, who you are as an individual, and what your team has adopted. We didn't set out to be like, what could this logo look like that's going to make everyone want a t-shirt? Or, we didn't approach it that way. It comes back down to, it circles back to staying true to who you are, what you are, and what our team was made up of. So I think identifying what you believe in, who you are key. And that's what we did. And it was fun. I think Christopher, you can talk about, or I don't know if Christopher's comfortable because he's extremely modest, but the Otterbots came to be because he needed a logo, and he wanted a logo that represented him and his interests. And we'll talk about, you'll get a look at the logo better in a minute, but true examples from our season stem from passion and collaboration with the team members, with the team artists, and having meaning behind the color and the look. And also, I think what's paramount is Christopher took time to sit down with every team member and mentor and talked about his passion, his interest with the team, his interest in why he chose the logo. And they all, I don't want to say they all had to learn the story, but it was important for him, that everyone learn his story and learn the meaning behind the Otterbots, and that it was not just Christopher's team, but it was a community FRC team. And so I think that those are paramount for you. To have a successful season is for everyone to understand where you came from, how you got there, and why you chose those. And again, you circle back. You can't have a successful year without going back to your code of conduct. What FIRST is asking us to do. We sign up for it to be part of FIRST and FRC because we believe in their gracious professionalism and cooperation so deeply. And you establish that in your own way with your look, with your logo, how you practice, how you behave on the field, both on and off the field. And so I think we're ready for the next slide, and you can take over, Christopher.
Yeah. So the reason we chose, kind of just a quick story about why we chose the Otterbots and then the color that we chose. So the reason otters, which may seem super random, especially since we are the Napa Valley and not Monterey, where otters are typically thought of, was because I remember from back in my childhood seeing the otters start to come back into our local Napa River and just seeing them playing. And I've always liked otters. So I wanted something that really represents my community of Napa. And as the otters were finally coming back, now that the river is becoming healthier, I thought that that was a really good message. And in regards to the kind of tealish blue color, we chose that because it is the awareness color for food allergies and asthma, which quite a few of our members kind of deal with on a regular basis. So we wanted something that represents our team along with our community. And with the color and the otter, we thought that worked really well.
And then, a funny little antidote to that, on our first, one of our first competitions in real life was Monterey Bay Regional. And we got there, we arrived late for unloading, and I had texted Teresa, our regional director, that we were literally arriving 5 minutes before they closed the doors. And she coordinated for a bunch of teams to come out and help us unload our trailer, which was phenomenal because that was a great intro to FRC. Our kids were like in awe that so many people were helping us unload so quickly and so professionally and kind. But so I had stayed at the trailer that whole 6 minutes or whatever it was that they unloaded. And as I'm walking towards our pit area, and I'm wearing a t-shirt, I was blown away to how many judges and how many kids, other student team members from different teams were approaching us going, oh my gosh, can I buy a t-shirt? Can I buy a t-shirt? I love your logo. I love the look. And it was just, it was my first experience to like, wow, I cannot believe a logo or a t-shirt can be so powerful. And thankfully we had pins made and designed by one of our team members. And those were a tremendous hit. So again, what makes your team stand out is so important in your successful rookie year. And it's got to be true. Like, we couldn't have brainstormed a better visual to represent our quirky community team. So next slide.
So financials, there can be a lot to cover in regards to the financials of things, but a good recommendation that I learned was just having a quick rundown of kind of your expenses and your income. So in regards to expenses, things that you spend money on, like registration, robot parts, merchandise, and travel, and all the things that go into that. And then kind of your income, so grants, fundraising, donations, and having a quick rundown of that shows a really clear structure of who you are as a team and how you're spending your money, how you're bringing money in, and kind of just the place that you are in financially. And obviously details may vary on which specific teams and how much they have versus how much they're spending, and just kind of it's kind of up in the air. Details vary between team to team, but as a good recommendation.
So I'm going to share that, when Christopher got this started, he had no idea. He did have grand dreams of bringing in like 60 grand, being that he had raised similar kinds of money for other projects. He thought this was going to be a snap, $60,000. You'll have a pretty successful season. But the reality was that he had two financials, his reach goals that outlined if we could get, a personalized trailer, all of this stuff. And that was his dream list, which I recommend if you have the time and the passion that you develop your dream financial outlook. But then the reality is of what is actually reasonable and what is approachable and accomplished. It's something that you can truly accomplish. And so depending on how much time you have, once he was doing the grant writing himself, I was just signing off, I would proof it and sign it. He was doing the fundraising alone because our kids were massively introverted and were uncomfortable asking for money and donations. And so for one person to take it on, you have to adjust accordingly because you can only do so much. And so that's where I caution you to be very, very realistic with what your team can get by doing. And I think that what we have on our website, if you want to take a look at it, is pretty realistic. You can definitely have a successful season on that kind of a budget. We did. But there was a tremendous amount of fundraising, which brings us to our next slide. And the research, you've got to research the different sponsors available out there and how to create ask letters. I believe we have examples of our early ask letters on our website. If we don't, we can make sure the kids put it back on. But there are the 3 different methods, in my opinion, and our experience was we relied heavily on grants, fundraising, and then social media. Those were all very powerful for us and helped us have a successful season. And we'll move right along to our next slide, where Christopher will cover some of what we did.
Yeah, so recruitment and getting students in, along with getting monies in, were mainly they came from civic groups, so such as Kiwanis and Rotary and stuff like that. And in addition to that, local unions, we had no idea about that one until the end of our first season. But local unions are always interested in what students are doing, especially when it's such a cool project like this. And retired professionals like business executives, business owners, tech associates, they really can bring a lot of knowledge to the table. And most importantly, don't overlook family friends. And my mom can talk a little bit about that, but you really never know who people know until you ask.
Yeah, I would say that was, one of the most key elements. Christopher, when he started this team, Rich is, he served as the mechanical mentor. And we thought this is going to be interesting because Christopher is an extremely introverted individual. He's like a social, non-social person, if that makes sense. And he was afraid to ask, not afraid, he was just standoffish in asking our friends and family for assistance. And one of the quick experiences he had was that by merely putting it out there on his social media to our small base of friends and family members, he definitely got support from them turning him on to other people. It's in fact how he found his Apple mentor so quickly, was through his cousin, which he had no idea we knew him. And so don't overlook the community recruitment. It could be a teacher you had back in 5th grade or something that can be instrumental in making your rookie season a success. So as long as you're sharing about your vision and your mission statement and your financial needs, people are always willing to help kids' projects when they stand to learn so much. So we'll move on to your next slide, where we will research all things 501c3. In order to have a successful fundraising campaign and a successful rookie season, I think that you have got to understand and Google or Duck It, which means go to DuckDuckGo. It's fascinating to me still to see that you can Google and or research in DuckDuckGo the exact same phrase and come up with completely different results. And so Christopher taught me that. And with regards to fundraising and 501c3, most of what we found on Google, what stated that fiscal sponsorship is not legal in California. However, if you go through some legal readings on DuckDuckGo results, we learned that it is legal for a fiscal sponsorship through a 501c3. So your options are, actually, Christopher, you can talk about this more because you researched more than I did.
Yeah. So there are a ton of pros and cons in regards to being associated to the school and using their 501c3 versus creating your own or seeking fiscal sponsorship. So I would say being part of a school and using that 501c3 is probably the easiest route to go, especially if you are a school team, because that 501c3 is set up and established. You can really use that pretty easily. The kind of main downside is that you may not get your monies very quickly. So if you, for example, you bring in a $5,000 unrestricted grant, you may not see those $5,000 until several weeks later after receiving it, just because it has to get processed through the school board, and I don't know the exact process that they go through, but it has to be processed. But if you are a community team, typically you'll have your own 501c3 or have some sort of fiscal sponsorship, then you can get those monies a lot faster because you're the one doing all the processing. So I would say having a fiscal sponsorship is tricky because of all the liability and the legal work that fiscal sponsor takes on by doing the fiscal sponsorship. It makes it tricky because oftentimes people aren't willing to go through that. So you'll typically see a fee of about 5% to 25%. And so whether that's 5% of each donation, or like I was even quoted 25% of every donation or every grant that is brought in would be to the fiscal sponsor, just for the processing fees and the work that goes into it, because of the liability that they take on. So my mom wouldn't let me do the true 501c3 paperwork for our first year, and I don't blame her because it's a lot of work. So I did seek fiscal sponsorship from a local nonprofit, and they helped us out a ton by even advancing us the money when we needed it to, for example, to get to World Championships. We didn't have the money come in yet from all of our fundraising, so they advanced us the money and we paid them back after we got back from Worlds.
Yeah, so I think that an example of who or how to approach for a fiscal sponsorship, I got to watch Christopher get shut down, I don't know, over 18 times, I think 25 times he got rejected for fiscal sponsorship. It was quite painful to watch. But what I will learn is, or what I will pass on that was valuable in our success is don't give up because everyone says no. There is, I believe firmly that there is a nonprofit out there that will hear your cause and work with you and not want to take up to the 25. And I heard some were even up to 30% of what you brought in, which is huge when you're, struggling to make it happen. So don't give up. But this is again where I think that what helped him with the fiscal sponsorship that he got in the end for the team was that he was able to help them understand how important this project was to him, and how he was already so quickly positively impacting the 4 kids who immediately signed up to be part of the Otterbots right off the bat. And so don't give up. Approach those that Google and or research those organizations in your community that work with teens, whether it's 4-H clubs or Boy Scouts and or Girl Scouts or the Boys and Girls Club. Just don't give up. Always go to the top. Don't work with the people that work inside, but go right to the directors. Board of directors tend to have more say, or even people that sit on the board would be a person to go to. And again, ask your family members. They might know the board member that sits on the Boys and Girls Club, and as a favor they may do that for you. So let us know if you have any questions about how to do that. It was probably one of the hardest things Christopher had to do for structuring the team and getting them successfully on the right path, because the disappointment we learned quickly was that most grants require a 501c3 ID number, because companies, corporations aren't giving money away without it being a tax deduction for them. And so it's crucial for your success. And I think we're ready to go to the next slide.
Yeah. So the research and grant writing process is one that is full of tons and tons of information. So there are tons of great resources out there that you can find through Google and DuckDuckGo and all of that. But the strongest recommendation that I have is Google Alerts. So for those of you that don't know what Google Alerts are, it's kind of like an email that you'll get once you set it up from like the main search results for whatever key terms you put in there. So we have 6 Google Alerts set up for grants. I believe they are STEM grants, robotics grants, engineering grants, education grants, and STEM technology. So not all of them, most of the time, they won't turn up very good information, but every once in a while, there is a super amazing grant that you can apply for that fits your team or whatever you're doing exactly. So we actually got a grant through Walmart for one of our projects just solely from Google Alerts. We never knew Walmart did education and STEM grants, but they were offering it, and through the Google Alerts, we actually found that and were able to fill it out and end up getting the grant.
Yeah, so Google Alerts is paramount. And what was frustrating is Christopher had set it up, but we didn't really have anyone watching those emails because we were extremely busy. So by the tail end that I said, okay, I'll do it, I'll keep an eye on the alerts, we had already missed quite a bit. So a lot of your grants start looking for grants from November through, I'd say, March. So your January through March grants are typically not going to be dispersed until the fall, September, October, but they have deadlines of early on in the calendar year when they all have money. So grab a calendar and literally write look for Walmart grant in April. And so even if you've missed it for this coming year, you can then pass on that calendar to the next person that's going to help you with fundraising for the following season, and you'll know to look for it in the month of April or something. That's just an example. I don't remember the dates for that one. But those are steps that we took in helping us have a successful year. All right. And so we'll move on to the next slide.
Build season, kind of the moment that everyone's waiting for in regards to FRC. And build season, there's so much you can cover and so much you can do, but the main things I would say are make sure to calendar everything out. So we just talked about calendaring things out for grants, but also for build season. You want to really make sure that you have those manipulators and everything that you're working on in a timely manner so that you have time to do the programming, to do the integration, to fine tune everything, to fix the bugs. There's so much that goes into building a robot. So trying to give yourself as much time as possible is imperative. One thing that we really did to make sure we stayed on schedule was obviously putting it on a calendar, but also making harsh deadlines for things. So, for example, in our 2019 robot, the ARM system, we put a harsh deadline on that so that we knew it would be done 2 weeks prior to build season. So we put in as much time as needed to get that done so that we could get it on the robot, integrate it, and make sure that it's working correctly. Another thing that we were doing was making sure that we have people keeping an eye on those deadlines, because obviously making the deadlines and no one keeping an eye on them doesn't really serve a purpose.
So we did have to employ our vice captain was very instrumental in saying, hey, if it's not done by this date, it's just simply not going on the bot, which was tough, but we had to constantly reflect back on our goals. And so the commitment involved is where, Chris would start off the meetings, either him or the vice captain would start off the meetings by saying, this is what we're setting out to do, and we have got to stick with it, so you can't blow us off, sort of thing. And so a lot of communication amongst the team members and reminding them that everyone on the team was counting on them to show up when they said they were going to arrive for building or whatever, whether it was design or programming or whatever. And so the calendar was important. We had a big one up on the wall, and then we would constantly send out emails saying, don't forget these dates are coming up. And that was something that the vice captain did quite a bit as well. So next slide.
So mentoring teams are such an important aspect of a new FIRST robotics team. So it's pretty much a given that you'll need a mentoring team. You could get by without it, but it makes it really challenging. So what a mentoring team is a more experienced team that is able to answer questions for you, and they really don't need to be local. Although it's helpful, especially now, it's probably going to be the case that they are kind of far away, or you may not actually see them as much in person. But they can help you with things ranging from business to mechanical, electrical, programming, and literally everything that goes into a robotics team.
So this is where we give out a huge shout out to Team 2's 2073, 1678, and 3859, because we know that they are awesome about sharing their resources, their experiences, their knowledge, their mentors, their team members, their skills, all of that. And really, a lot of Christopher's successful year with the Otterbots in his first year is because he was able to lean on Eagle Force. He quickly met this one mentor. Her name's Renee. She graduated now, obviously. And Renee was so quick to reply when Chris was like, oh my gosh, I researched this, this, and this, and I'm finding this, but I'm not sure how to apply it. What do you guys do? And so not being shy of reaching out. And what's great about FRC is Chris had met Renee early on. So we kind of just positioned ourselves to ride along with them. But shortly after it was public that we, applied for an ID number, a team number, and all of that, we were flooded with calls. So that's what's really cool about FRC is how much these teams are willing to say, hey, we saw that you're new. Do you want some help? And so not being shy on actually taking them up on their help and making sure that that you're extremely thankful for their help is awesome. I think that one of our successful steps we took was that we took Teresa up on her offer to position us next to our mentoring team at our first event. And that was, I think, invaluable. I mean, if we broke something that we didn't know quite how to fix, or if we forgot a tool, we were able to go right next door to our team, our mentoring team, and say, "Help us, Eagle Force," and they were great. So I know that moving forward, FRC is looking a little bit different, but I think that the need for a mentoring team is still crucial if you're starting out as a rookie team, or if you're revamping, redoing a team, or, I know that as kids graduate, you lose all your senior members, and you may have a team of a bunch of new freshmen or sophomores. So that's, I think, where you might want to reach out to a mentoring team and say, how have you done it? How have you stayed sustainable with this, the fact that you lose your senior students? Don't be shy to partner up with someone and have a mentoring team. And so next slide.
So creating a plan for how you want your season to go is super helpful, especially when you have so many goals in regards to your robot, but also awards. So one of the things that I did was create kind of a vision board of sorts of all the goals I wanted in every regard of the team, and just going back to that every once in a while and making sure that we're at least fairly on track for that goal was super helpful. So we did definitely dream big, especially if we didn't anticipate to get Rookie All-Star in our first year, but we did, and we believed that we knew we had the ability to. It just was a matter of if we were actually going to do it. So one of the most important things is to share those interests with people that ask. So the mentors, other students, parents that are just coming in, but don't be afraid to ask for help of other teams and just anyone that may be able to provide some help.
Next slide. So this is where we reiterate, don't be afraid to ask questions of other teams. I think that is what the Otterbots are all about, is knowing that we don't know it all. And I can't say that too many teams know it all, except for like powerhouse teams like 254 or the Robonauts, or, huge teams that have been doing this for 20 years or so. But as you're starting out, or you've gone through a change in your organization, with your FRC organization, ask questions and ask other teams. And I think that I credit, and some of our team members credit, the fact that Christopher was not afraid to get social on media, on your texts, emails, Instagram, whatever it took, to communicate with other teams that he saw were having tremendous success. And he stepped outside his comfort zone to say, hey, how do you do this? Or, especially when it came to programming. Programming in our area is so weak. The kids just do not get introduced to it early on. And so not being afraid to reach out and say, I don't know how to do this, and asking for help. Obviously, the best part, we couldn't have had a successful rookie season if it hadn't been for the way FRC and First were set up initially by the founders. The whole willingness of people to offer help and then make themselves available to a rookie team is really amazing. So they pretty much give you all the tools, and that's why we as parents felt comfortable supporting Christopher in starting a team, because we thought, this is pretty much, it's there. You just have to show up and do it. So don't be afraid to reach out and ask for help, especially when you're stuck. All right, and I think we conclude with questions, right? Are there any questions that have come in, or anything we can answer?
Yeah, can you explain the difference between a mission and a value statement?
Do you want me to take that, Chris, or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So look at values kind of like your house rules, what you will and will not do, how you'll behave. So identifying what's important. Christopher's team, he initially set out with the Otterbots that the values were going to be that every team member was going to be heard and listened to. And every team member was going to have an opportunity to say how they felt, or what they were envisioning, or what they thought they wanted. And so even if that meant that, for example, Initially, they set out that they wanted their bot to handle the discs, whatever those were called. I forget what those were called.
The hatch panels.
The hatch panels and the balls. And we went around the room and we had everyone talk about it, because our values were that everyone has a voice. Everyone's going to be involved from start to finish if they wanted to be. You know, we respected those kids that literally just wanted to show up and kind of hang out and listen and learn. But for those that wanted to have a say, we took time to listen to them. So that meant that our timeline had to continuously evolve. And Christopher couldn't get upset or too upset that we were delayed in our deadlines. You know, Christopher's type A personality, and he wanted to have the bot done in the first 3 weeks. So we had 3 weeks to practice. And so, but we had to remind Christopher of his values, and you know, say, hey, dude, you wanted to make sure that all kids were heard and had a voice and felt empowered to explore their thoughts. And so the values are how you approach, how you're going to, for lack of better words, rule your team or govern your team. And being respectful, like that was part of his values, was we're going to respect everyone's opinions, and we're not going to be throwing words like, oh, that's so lame, or you're so stupid, or you don't know what you're talking about. That was not going to be tolerated. So no negative back talk or mumbling. So values are rules of how you behave both in and out if you're going to be an Otterbot. That's how we used values. Now, your mission statement, you know, you're not going to go up to, say, a donor, or say you're approaching Home Depot and you're talking to the CEO of Home Depot and you're asking him for a $10,000 grant. And he calls you and he says, so I see your letter, your request, you're asking me for $10,000. You know, I heard FRC is a big thing. And 5 years ago, I gave to this one team and I didn't really hear back from them. So what makes you different? So you're not going to tell him your house rules. Those are your values. He's going to see your values by how you respond to that. You're not going to talk negative about that team from 5 years ago, because one, you may know them or you may not know them, and you may know that they were negative people, like they just took the money and ran and they never communicated what they did with it. So you're not going to say that, because your mission statement is who your team is and how you want them to see your team as a whole. So your mission statement has got to be, so when he asks you that, you're going to be able to ramble off the 3 or 4, and forgive me because I am lousy on our mission statement. I haven't been as involved with the Otterbots for the last year, so I don't memorize the new one. But when he asks you, you know, why should I donate to you? You're going to be able to say those 3 or 4 or 5 lines of what your mission statement is. So your mission statement is how you want to be differentiated from the other FRC teams or from other robotics teams. See, we in our community were up against consistently Vex, I think is what, no, it was another one. What was the other one? C-STEM. C-STEM is huge in our community. And so many foundations and organizations did not want to donate to us because they were like, oh yeah, we've already sponsored that robotics team. And that's where our kids had to be really well versed with their mission statement and remember their values, because we weren't going to be like, oh, they're lame, because our values don't align to that. So, you know, our values are what makes us who we are, kind of like our rules. And then our mission statement is what our robotics team is about. You know, it's about empowering students, building up students as much as robots. That's pretty much all I remember about our mission statement. But did that help clarify the difference between values? Okay.
I think that was a good explanation. Yeah, thank you. What behavior do you believe is like the most important to instill in a rookie team?
What behavior?
Yeah.
Okay. My perspective as a mentor, I would say the biggest behavior to instill and to expect is gracious professionalism. And I know that sounds so cookie cutter, but the behavior is that they have to be willing to learn and to show up with a positive attitude. And there were times where someone, you know, it's normal. Kids have crappy days at school. So a student would walk in our doors and I'd say, wow, I can sense this is how I talk. I can sense your aura. So why don't you do me a favor and go take a walk up the street or around the block, depending on how bad of an attitude they had. It would either be around the block or just up the street. Or I'd say, you know, why don't you take we had a dog that would come to we have a shop dog. And so I'd say, why don't you take Early out for a walk? And that was code for them to know that their attitude was going to get in the way of of what they need to have in order to have the opportunity to thrive and to grow and to be a contributing member. I don't know if that makes sense. Everything else you can teach, but you can't really teach someone to have an open mind about learning if they're not open-minded. Did that make sense? I
Yeah.
don't know if you want to add anything, Christopher.
And just kind of echo what you're saying, the main behavior kind of thing that I would say is really important is a willingness to learn. So that's another thing. You can't really teach a willingness to learn. It's more so of an open mind and making sure that students are willing to accept new skills, to accept new ideas. So having an open mind and a good attitude for learning is probably one of the most important imperative behaviors or traits to have when a rookie team is starting.
And I think that what was really difficult for us is that everyone knew that Christopher had like a 4-week experience on a different team in Sonoma County prior to starting the Otterbots. That's how we learned about FRC. And so they saw him as, oh, well, he knows everything. And it was, as mentors, we were constantly like, no, he doesn't know everything. He's never started a team. He just would show up and help with mechanical because that was his area of expertise at that time. And so reminding them that we didn't know everything. We were kind of just going with the flow and trying to figure it out, and that we were all in this together. So I think being very humble and reminding them that it may look like we know what we're doing, but we didn't, and we were just as rookie as they were. So that was really, it was hard, but I think it's just saying the words to them of, we're doing this together, like we're all new at this. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, that was a great answer, and thank you for a great presentation. I think we'll end it here. If you guys, the audience, could take a look at the survey in the chat to let us know how we did in this workshop and other workshops. And so that is all. Yeah.
And our final screen actually has our contact information if they want to access the website for the forums and documents that the team's members have uploaded over the last two or 3 years now. They're there.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you guys so much. And that is all.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.